You are now listening to The Mafia Surprise Baby by Bella King.
Chapter 1. Sasha. You get what you pay for in this business, which is why I'm surprised when my new client opens with a multi-billion-dollar offer before he's even told me what he's hoping to buy. It must be something extraordinary, but I would expect nothing less from a man who already has everything at the age of 40. At that point, you're chasing the dragon, and I can see in his deep blue eyes that he believes he's going to catch it this time. I'm in the business of making dreams come true. I'm a miracle worker, but I'm also a demon with an insatiable lust for all things that sparkle in the candlelight. I can do anything, but there's always a price. The man sitting in front of me looks like he's willing to pay such a price, but what could he possibly want for $3 billion? Top secret government research. An alien spaceship. My client doesn't strike me as that type of man. He sits with his back straight, his thin fingers laced together and his eyes deep with interest. He wears his hair short, thinning bangs scattered across his forehead. He looks more like a nerd who got lucky in some niche tech business than the shrewd mafia types I'm used to dealing with. What is it that you want for $3 billion? I ask, pulling the cigar from my mouth and blowing a ring across the table at him. His eyes are so focused on mine that he doesn't even notice the ring pass over his head and around his neck like a noose. It's unsettling, like a 1970s serial killer who teaches a computer class at a local high school. His voice is brimming with excitement as he responds. I want Queen Nefertiti. I've not heard of such a queen, but that's probably a good thing. Kidnapping famous people is harder than it seems. Most of them have to have their deaths faked first, and that usually causes an international uproar. If this queen he's after is only the queen of some lesser-known country, perhaps without even having a real involvement in the local government, then giving her to him would be possible. I'm not sure why he would come to me, though. I specialize in illegal artifacts. I rub my chin, leaning in another inch and waiting for him to explain what he means. Silence settles between us, but it's not long before he breaks it. Queen Nefertiti, from the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt, he says, smiling like I'm supposed to know what he's talking about. I nod, remaining silent with the hope that he continues. She was the wife of the pharaoh Akhenaten, a powerful ruler during the richest period of history in Egypt. I could go into further detail, but that's not really what we're here for. I just want Nefertiti, he explains, wringing his hands and nearly toppling forward from his seat as he finishes speaking. I run my tongue under my lips, thinking for a moment. And this Nefertiti, she's been preserved, perhaps in a museum? He shakes his head. Yes to the first, but no to the second. You see, the archaeological community I'm involved with is certain she was mummified and is buried somewhere secret. We just don't know where. I chuckle. You want me to dig up the entire desert? No, but I want you to find her, he says, his voice taking on a more desperate tone. It would complete my collection. I'm not one to judge people for their hobbies, but I can think of better ways to spend $3 billion. I've seen enough dead people in my lifetime, and none of them were attractive enough to put on display in my home. I'm assuming you have an idea of where she is, or you wouldn't be coming to me, I say, a prickle of annoyance running across my skin. If this guy really came here to give me $3 billion to look for a mummy that might not even exist anymore, he's either a fool or he thinks I'm one. I don't know exactly where she is, but I know someone who might know where she is. The trouble is, he died on a trip to Egypt 5 years ago trying to retrieve her. I'd love to know of someone you want me to find who isn't dead. Surely you have something to go on, I say, trying to remain patient. I'm not used to people talking like this to me. Most of my clients know I could have them killed for even breathing the wrong way, but this guy is talking to me with the same level of respect he'd give a low-level employee. It's aggravating, but I'm willing to tolerate it if it means such a large payout. I think my client finally senses my frustration because he jumps to the point quickly thereafter. The man who knew where Queen Nefertiti was entombed was a professor at a private university in England. Dr. Mulling. Born in the United States but residing in England for most of his life. He had a daughter by the name of Nina Mulling, but I don't have a clue where she is, or if she knows anything about his research. Interesting, I mutter. You think you can find my queen? He asks, his voice once again brimming with excitement. I sigh, standing up from my seat and waving my cigar around vaguely. I'll see what I can do. I don't work for free, though. On something as uncertain as this, I will take money for my troubles, even if I don't find Queen Nefertiti. He jumps up from his seat, a smile spreading across his gaunt face. I will sponsor you. Any expense you have, it's paid. I prefer to have the money up front. $10 million, no less. Done, he replies. I silently curse myself for not asking more. This fool is so eager to get some mummified woman that he's willing to pay millions just for me to look for her. I could give up tomorrow and I'd still be $10 million richer. But that's not how I became known as the miracle worker. I put everything into the rare and illegal products I'm sent after, and I'll do no differently for this billionaire's passion. If Queen Nefertiti exists, I will find her. But first, I have to find a woman by the name of Nina Mulling.
Chapter 2. Nina. I thought I was going to be living in London forever, but that was before disaster after disaster took me down to my lowest. Now I'm on a plane back to the United States with only a few $100s to my name. Enough for a hotel for a few nights, maybe, but then I'll be sleeping on the streets unless I find a job that will pay me without making me wait 2 weeks. Something with tips. That'll make some immediate money, and I'm honestly just trying to survive at this point. It's a funny feeling, being so close to total ruin while flying above the clouds like I don't have a care in the world. It's so peaceful up here, so simple and quiet. I haven't been on a plane since my dad took me to England with him, and that was, 10 years ago? I just wish I could be flying back to the United States on different terms. I let out a long sigh, settling into my seat to watch the clouds drift by for the next few hours. I have no appetite, but I eat the food they bring me anyway. I'm not going to waste anything given to me. I used most of the money I had left buying this ticket back to the United States. Back home. The idea is foreign to me, like I was born and raised entirely in England, but I was actually 13 when I came with my dad. He got a job at a university, and I was able to pick up some work there eventually too, even if it didn't pay very much. Even when he died, the university kept a roof over my head, but eventually they decided I didn't look good enough on paper because I didn't have a degree, despite the plethora of archaeological knowledge I gained from my dad before he passed away. They cut me hard and fast. It's hard not to feel sorry for myself, especially after all the effort I put in to find another job. But who wants to hire a woman with no degree at a university? And where else would I even hope to be hired that would pay me enough to live on? I looked everywhere, but eventually, after failing to find sufficient employment, I was told I'd have to leave the country because they wouldn't renew my residence permit. Go home. Go back to America where you're supposed to be. It's not that I hate where I'm from, it's that it doesn't feel like home anymore. I have nothing there. No friends, no family, and no hope to start a new career. I'm just as lost as I was in England, only now I'm cut off from everything I know. I should take the opportunity to sleep on the plane, but when we make our touchdown at the John F. Kennedy International Airport, my eyes are bloodshot, and my mouth tastes like I've been chewing on cotton balls. Every noise is offensive to me. Every voice is too loud, too abrasive. The clatter of my suitcase as I roll it down the hallway toward the lobby sounds like a car crash in slow motion, and even the throb of my own heartbeat in my ears is making me crazy. I haven't been this sleep-deprived since my dad died. The memories are fresh and unwanted, but they've resurfaced with a vengeance. Sickening, searing, and raw like the type of road rash you'd get sliding across the road in a pair of shorts after bailing from your bike. It's a visceral feeling, sitting deep in my gut and growing there like a fungus let loose in an old house. I haven't done maintenance in a while. The last time I talked to a therapist was when I could still afford one, just a few short weeks after my dad died. They're checking passports now, but I've already tuned the world out. I'm inside my head, like a little alien controlling myself from a safe place inside my skull. I can see the man looking over my passport, then up at me, then back down at my passport. They always do that, don't they? They treat everyone like a criminal, even if you obviously aren't. Part of me wishes they find something wrong with the documents I brought so they can send me back to England. They can't turn me away again, can they? Thank you. Next, The man hands me my passport and ushers me through. I guess I really am returning to the United States. This feels like a dream. No, it feels like a nightmare, only one that I know I can't awaken from. I get water at the fountain by the bathroom, trying to quell the urge to vomit. There are so many people here, so many voices, and not one of them sounds friendly. They're all yelling over phones and laughing in a way that sounds so aggressive. Why are they all so aggressive? Perhaps it's only my imagination. As I exit the airport, I skip the line of taxis and make the long walk to the city. I'm sure it will take me at least an hour to get out of here, and the roads that lead to and from the building are obviously not made for pedestrians, but money is too tight to spend on luxuries, or even necessities at this point. Every penny matters when you're days away from going broke. So I shuffle along, trying to beat the darkness as the sun sinks down on the horizon. Cars race past me, but I focus on the narrow concrete path, my suitcase clattering behind me in a rhythm that quickly becomes lost in the white noise.
Chapter 3. Sasha. Nina Mulling. Where on earth are you? Her social media profiles have been wiped from the face of the planet, but there's always a way to find them if you look hard enough. Things don't get deleted from the internet, they simply get archived. What's curious, though, is that she was posting up until a week ago and then she just vanished. The only thing left of her is on a few resume platforms, and she appears to have been looking for work in England. Not anymore, though. Those posts ended a few days ago, and she hasn't been seen online since. I could wait and see what turns up in the next few days, but I'm not that patient. Since I know her full name and current country of residency, I contacted someone at the embassy in England to give me her exact location. Nina Mulling? A deep, obfuscated voice says over the phone. My contact is using a voice changer just to be safe, but all my lines are secure. I use military-level encryption. That's the one. I'd like to know everything about her, I say, walking in front of the empty bar at my club. The ground floor is a front for my real operation, serving drinks to wealthy customers if they're willing to pay the enormous entry fee. Upstairs is where the devil does business. Nina Mulling is no longer in England, my embassy contact says after a moment of silence. She left for the United States after she failed to maintain sufficient employment to keep residency. We don't have an address on file for her there, but she's no longer in England. I can give you her prior address and workplace here, if you want. Interesting, I mutter. You can text me the details, but if she's already in the United States, they probably won't do me much good. Are you sure she left? Yes, it's on record, he replies confidently. All right, thank you. Just send me what you have on file and I'll wire you some cash. Always a pleasure, he says, and I can hear the smile in his voice. I hang up the phone, feeling the complete opposite. If Nina were still in England, this would be a lot easier. In the United States, she could disappear without a trace, and she wouldn't be required to keep any sort of record with the government as to her location. Let's hope she doesn't want to disappear completely. Clearly she's in a tough spot, but as long as she isn't running from someone, she can be found. Well, I'm sure I could find her even if she was on the run, but it would take much longer. I've chased down people for years before ever getting the satisfaction of sinking my teeth in. A pretty little thing like Nina would be much tastier, though, so I'd be up for the challenge. It's a good thing that my billionaire client isn't interested in Nina herself. He favors a much older woman, wrapped in linen strips and locked away in a distant tomb. If he wanted Nina for himself, I'm afraid I'd have to call this whole thing off. All $3 billion of it. Is a woman worth that much to me? I never thought that one could be, but when I saw the pictures of Nina, with her big innocent eyes and short pleated skirt, something inside me was lit. A match that quickly turned into a raging blaze of lust. I've been known to be obsessive. It's one of my talents when it's directed at the right things, but this is probably one of those things that it shouldn't be directed at. People get hurt when I become obsessed with them. It's not safe. And with how sweet Nina appears to be, I wouldn't be surprised if she fell for my devilish ways. I can be charming when I want to, but ultimately it's only to feed my insatiable infatuation with carnal pleasures. What I do is primarily selfish. A woman can benefit from it if she understands the trade-offs and negotiates from a place of power, but someone vulnerable is liable to fall deep into my trap, helpless to escape. That's how I view Nina, but I could be wrong. I've made bad calls before, but I prefer to sweep them under the rug and move on. It never pays to dwell on one's mistakes. I'm forward-looking in my endeavors. I grab a bottle from the bar, pouring myself a glass of whiskey. I lean on the bar as I lift the glass to my lips, but pull away quickly when I realize it's still sticky from the night before. There was a party here, as there often is on Friday nights, and whoever was working the bar didn't clean up properly. It seems as though I'm in need of a replacement, and I know just the person who would be able to fill the position. A smirk tugs at the corners of my lips as I take another sip of whiskey. The amber liquid burns my tongue and the back of my throat, but I barely feel it. I barely feel anything anymore, but the touch of a woman's skin never gets old. I grit my teeth, thinking of all the terrible things I'm going to do to Nina once I have her in my possession. First, I'll drain her of everything she knows about Dr. Mulling and his research into the location of Queen Nefertiti, and then I'll work on draining her of her willpower to resist me. And then she'll be the one doing the draining. I can go for hours if I'm sufficiently aroused, and those soft, pouty lips would keep me hard for days. I shake the filthy thoughts out of my head, chasing them away with the rest of my whiskey. I need to keep my head straight. $3 billion is nothing to take lightly, and Nina is just a woman. She has no value other than what she knows from her father, and if it turns out she knows nothing, she has no value at all. Another pump and dump, I'm afraid. That's all she'll be, just like the rest of them. I learned my lesson a long time ago not to view people as anything more than expendable. It doesn't pay to have feelings in this brutal business. The door to the bar opens, and my colleague Yegor steps in, sweat beading on his forehead. He wipes it off with a silk handkerchief, clumsily stuffing it back into his suit pocket as he approaches me. Wild night last night, he grumbles. I raise an eyebrow. Just a party, I thought. You weren't there. I was speaking with a client upstairs, but that was early yesterday morning. I was probably asleep when the party happened. He nods, leaning against the bar and pulling away from it like I did. I told that moron to clean up afterward. Yeah, what was his name? Brian, I think, he replies, shaking his head. You know, I think it'd be better to have someone else do the cleanup. All this Brian guy wants to do is flirt with customers and do shots when nobody is looking. He was drunk last night on the job, which is probably one of the reasons things got so crazy. I lean in, curious as to what happened last night. We don't get much drama at this club due to the nature of our clients, but every once in a while feelings get hurt and people get rowdy. It happens to the best of us when there's enough alcohol involved. Tell me about last night, and don't worry about Brian. I've already found his replacement, I say with a knowing smile. Oh great, Yegor says, smoothing down the front of his suit. I was going to have a talk with him tonight, but that's even better. Just because he's Dima's nephew doesn't mean he gets a pass to do anything he wants. I rub my forehead. Damn it, I forgot he was Dima's boy. Ah, well, there's not much we can do now. Find him another job collecting cigarette butts outside or something. Yegor laughs from his belly, slapping the counter. Somehow, that's worse than being fired. Agreed. But he needs to learn some respect. We're dealing with multi-billion-dollar clients here. He shrugs. Well, they're mostly millionaires, but sure, he needs to learn. I shake my head. Not the one I was talking to. He offered me $3 million for a mummy. Yegor laughs again, but he quickly realizes I'm not joking. Wait, you're serious? Does he want you to steal it from a museum or something? It hasn't been discovered yet, actually, I explain, knowing it sounds strange. It sounded strange to me when I first heard it, but now I suspect I might actually be able to find it if I can pick Nina's brain for a while. Yegor raises a curious eyebrow, not wanting to voice his doubts but not fully buying my story either. Don't worry about the details. I just need to find a woman named Nina Mulling. I'm sure you can help me with that. She should have touched down in the United States sometime this week, but her current location is unknown. Oh, and you still haven't told me what happened last night. Oh, right, he says, pulling out his phone and writing a note for himself. Nina Mulling, he mutters under his breath. He looks back up at me as he pockets his phone. Last night, this weird guy came in and started to cause a scene. Security says he paid the entry fee, but even in the crowded room I could see he wasn't actually rich. They move different, you know. He was clearly out of his element. Yegor's story causes my shoulders to tighten and my heart to beat a little faster. If this guy managed to get in, there's a fair chance he was sent by someone else. And if someone else sent him, that means they might know about what we're really doing here. Continue, I demand. What was he doing, exactly? He just started coming up to people and talking to them. Total strangers, too, like some kind of creep. Brian was serving him drinks and running his mouth, and that's when the bouncer stepped in to check him out. Trouble was, this guy didn't want to get caught. He was running laps around the club, knocking people over, causing a huge scene. Did they catch him? I ask, gripping the edge of the bar so head the wood creaks. He got away, Yegor replies, shaking his head. I would have liked to find out who he was and why he was here, but he was fast. Super fast, like he did this kind of thing often. I let out a long sigh. This isn't good. I hope you realize this probably wasn't some crazy person from outside. Someone paid to get him in, and he was sniffing around. Yegor's eyes widen. You think he was a Fed? Could have been, but they're usually more in your face about things. I suspect we have competition or a new enemy. To me, they're the same thing. I can tell that Yegor is already worried. His mind is racing to come up with preventative measures to keep other spies out of our club, but I don't need him double-tasking. I want him to find Nina. I can have someone else take care of security. I hold up my hand before he has the chance to speak. I want you to locate Nina. That's your main mission. I'll take care of the rest. Let me know when you found her. It takes a second for him to drop the potential spy issue. We need to up security, he says, looking around. Double or triple. Nobody in without an ID. Relax, I say, putting my hand on his shoulder. Just find Nina. I'm giving you a couple $100,000 for the search. Use whatever resources you need, but locating her in the next few days is crucial. He perks up when I mention the money. Of course I can do that. I'll need to know more about her. Is she part of the Mafia? Any criminal connections? Aliases? No affiliation, and no other names. She's a regular person, so she shouldn't be hard to find, I assure him, patting his shoulder. Let me know when you locate her. I don't want you to make contact, though. Leave that to me. He nods, but I can see that he's curious about why I want a woman who has nothing to do with the Mafia. But Nina Mulling is worth about $3 billion to me. That alone makes her very attractive.
Chapter 4. Nina. New York City is enormous, but at the same time it causes a terrible claustrophobia in me. The buildings are all so tall, towering over the city and shading most of it like it's permanently cloudy. Some streets are so narrow that I can barely walk down them, while others are large but crowded with so many people that I feel like I'm being swept up in a raging current of leather shoes and headphones. I feel like the best thing for me to do at this point is just to walk into every single bar or restaurant I pass and ask for a job. The worst they can do is turn me down, and it gives me a moment to catch my breath before returning to the bustling streets. I never imagined myself doing this. I was always so comfortable in a little office, books stacked high to either side of me and slanted sunlight streaming through the window. Everything was so much slower, so quiet and peaceful. Here, I feel attacked by every bicycle, car, and human being. Most of them ignore me as they brush past, but the ones that don't are the worst. I've been whistled at and called every name under the sun, and I've only been here for 24 hours. Walking at night was the worst. I didn't even get a hotel room because I was too afraid to spend any more money. I just kept walking, praying I wouldn't turn down the wrong street and meet a terrible fate. People used to get stabbed all the time in London, but here people have guns. As morning rolls around, I dip into a coffee shop, looking around for a help wanted sign. There's one right next to the register, but the jar that's supposed to have tips in it has a dime and a single dollar bill. I turn around on my heels, leaving immediately. I wouldn't be able to survive from tips like that, and I don't have the money to get by before my first paycheck comes in. Most of the bars haven't opened yet, so I find myself going from restaurant to restaurant, leaving my contact information and name with people who either don't care or aren't hiring random people off the street. I must look like a mess too, because one restaurant owner offers to give me lunch for free. Maybe he thinks I'm homeless. I have to laugh at myself as I eat the sandwich he gave me, because I actually am homeless. I always thought it could never happen to me, but now it's my new normal. It's crazy how fast something like that can happen. My phone doesn't buzz once during the day, not a single offer or even an interview for a job. I didn't think it would be so difficult to get a menial job, but I'm officially humbled after the first day. Maybe I should have applied to that coffee shop instead of turning my nose up at the lack of tips. However, New York City is so vast that I've already lost my way, and I don't remember what the place was called. I have no choice but to press forward as the day turns to evening, and the sun quickly disappears behind the towering skyscrapers. Night comes fast in the big city. I weave in and out of more restaurants, making my way into a nicer part of the city where it's not so easy to get into places. I'm stopped at the door several times, turned away before I can even state my intentions. Ritzy. I would have loved to visit an area like this when I had money, but now it feels unfriendly. Everyone here is as cold as they are well-dressed, and I'm just a girl rolling her suitcase down the increasingly empty streets. The upside to being in such an expensive part of town is there aren't as many people who look like they'd want to take advantage of a young woman at night. I feel like I'm the sketchiest person out right now. But that illusion quickly fades when I see a shadow cascade along the brick wall beside me, moving at the same pace as me and not a step quicker. Normally, if someone is behind you, they either slow down or speed up so it doesn't look like they're following you. This person is matching my pace, and it makes the little hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. I quicken my pace, and I breathe a temporary sigh of relief when the shadow falls behind, but I was too quick to think I was safe. It catches up to me, walking again in stride with me, following me like it's my own shadow. I come up to an intersection, but there's nobody there, no cars or people, and I really start to feel nervous. I want to turn, but I realize the street is blocked on either side by a bunch of traffic cones. The only way out of this is forward. I'm merely running now, flying down the street without looking behind me. As long as I can see the shadow, I know I'm not alone. It presents itself in different ways, sometimes moving along the wall, while other times it flickers in the glass on the side of a building. The next intersection isn't blocked off, but there is a large black car parked on the left side, idling there in a way that's suspicious. It's not pulled over to the side, rather it's blatantly parked in the middle of the street. I turn right, heading toward a solid black building with a door guarded by two burly men in suits. I can't see the shadow anymore, so I don't know if I'm still being followed, but I doubt anyone would try to kidnap me in front of such large men who enjoy bashing people's heads on the concrete. Keep the pace. Just keep moving toward the bouncers, they'll protect me. As I get closer to the black building, I put on a smile, walking right up to the men as they study me. They don't look the least bit happy to be bothered, but I'd rather them dislike me than what could have happened if my stalker caught up with me when I was alone. I look over my shoulder, but the street is empty behind me. It's like nobody was following me at all. I look back at the bouncers, wearing a thin smile that wouldn't fool even the most gullible person. I'm lost, I think. The bouncers look at each other, and the one on the left, a bald man with bright blue eyes, speaks. His voice is deep, and he has a very obvious Russian accent. "You are not lost," he says. "You are looking for work, yes?" I'm stunned by his statement. How could he possibly know that I was looking for work? I'm carrying a suitcase, and I didn't even mention needing a job. Yes, but... I begin, but then I think better of correcting him. I am looking for work, and I should take this as a sign for the universe that my prayers are being answered. It's weird, but maybe it's legitimate. "If you want a job, the boss will see you for an interview," the bouncer continues. "Right," I say, trying to maintain a smile while being utterly dumbfounded that he's speaking to me this way. Is this a trick? Maybe this is a brothel or a strip club, and I've accidentally stumbled upon it at the same time as someone else was supposed to arrive for an interview. "Take her inside. I will wait out here," the other bouncer says, stepping away from the door. The blue-eyed bouncer nods at me to follow him, swinging open the heavy black door and walking inside. I rush in after him before the door closes, fearing I'll lose my opportunity if I fall behind. I have no clue what I'm stepping into, but I'm praying this isn't a cruel trap set up to catch unsuspecting young women. If I end up being sold off to the highest bidder, I'd regret ever returning to the United States. It would have been better to rush a marriage in England so that I could stay. I never did date much. I'm sure that was a mistake, but I have a very specific and admittedly toxic taste in men. Let's just say I'm addicted to assholes, and it's only ever gotten me in trouble. My feet echo in a large hallway that's much darker than it needs to be, paved with marble and lit only by small speckles of light on the ceiling. They're like the stars in the roof of a luxury car. My heart is beating fast, but my nerves ease a little as I'm led into the main part of the venue and I see people sitting at a long wooden bar lined with what appears to be gold. Maybe it's brass, but judging by how nice everything else is, I wouldn't be surprised if it was real gold. There's not a single stripper pole in sight, only a few black velvet couches seating large men in suits smoking cigars. This must be some kind of private bar where only the richest people in New York City are allowed. I can't imagine them wanting to hire someone like me, but I'm not going to turn down the opportunity. I'm sure the tips are insane. Wait here, the bouncer tells me, holding up his hand as we arrive at the bar. The boss will be out to see you shortly.
If you're enjoying this book, please leave a like and subscribe. Now that's a good girl. Chapter 5. Sasha. By some incredible stroke of luck, Nina's flight logs brought her to my city. It's not all that unusual to land in New York on an international flight, but to be a walking distance away from my club is nothing short of a miracle. The little lady has wandered into the devil's lair, and she's about to become his most precious employee. Fate played its part, but I have to thank Yegor for ultimately guiding Nina into my hands. It wasn't easy, but he got it done, and now she's here. I try not to react too strongly to her as I step out of my office and into the main part of the club, where I spot her at the bar. Despite her disheveled appearance, she looks even more beautiful in person than in the photos I saw. A goddess in the flesh. Nina is the true queen here, and she doesn't even know it. Her eyes meet mine as I approach her, pupils widening almost to the point where they hide her toffee brown irises. Her long brown hair is tied up in a bun, but loose strands fall to either side of her face, framing it like a portrait. I swallow hard as I walk up to her, breathless for a moment before I remember who has all the power. She feels helpless, and I'm her savior. She doesn't know how quickly the script could be flipped. "Nice to meet you," I say, extending my hand. She tries to shake it, but I lay a kiss on the top of her hand instead, pressing my lips into the softness of her pale skin. She smells like honey and vanilla, and I want to devour her on the spot. Delicious. It should be a crime to be so attractive. "My name is Sasha," I say, my eyes traveling over her curvy figure. "Nina," she replies in a voice so small that I wouldn't be able to hear her name if I didn't already know what it was. "Beautiful name for a beautiful woman," I say, squeezing her hand gently before letting it go. "I assume you'd like to work for me." She nods eagerly, but there's a look of confusion on her face. "How did you know?" she asks. I inhale sharply, turning my shoulder to her and waving at the bartender to bring 2 drinks. It was more wishful thinking than anything, but I'm glad I was right, I say. One of our previous bartenders was let go recently, and we've been looking for someone to fill the spot. "I'm willing to start whenever you want me to," she says, her voice glimmering with hope. "Even tonight if I'm needed. I clean up well and I look good in a uniform." She's too cute. It's cruel what I'm about to put her through, and I even start to feel guilty about it as I turn back to her with a drink in either hand. I hold one out to her. "Cheers to your new job, Nina." She smiles, taking the drink from me and sipping on it carefully. Even though she's excited, she's not as quick to trust me as her innocence suggests. There's caution in her movements, experience with men similar to me. Perhaps she's been screwed over in the past, or maybe it's the loss of her father that's put her on edge. Whatever it is, I'll have to work on building trust before I take this any further. What's important is that she's in my hands now, under my watchful eye and protection. "I'm assuming you know how to make a cocktail," I say, suddenly remembering that I'm not just hiring her for her looks. Her position must be believable, or she's going to know I have ulterior motives. Nina sets down her drink and nods. I know plenty, but if there's any specialty drinks you serve, I'd like to look over the menu before I start. Just a few, I reply with a warm smile. Nothing to be too concerned about. If you need help during your shift, you'll have someone you can ask. Thank you, she says, her eyes sparkling. It's a really nice place. I didn't see a name out front, though. I hate to admit I don't know where I'm working. She laughs, and the entire room lights up with her infectious energy. The Devil's Lair, I reply. A little scary, I know, but you have to keep things interesting in such a big city. Being bold is what attracts customers, but the service is what keeps them coming back. I think it's a nice name, she says. Lucifer was terribly misunderstood. So am I reply, unable to help myself. Her happy expression falters for the briefest of moments, but then she's smiling at me again. I'm sure we'll get along. You seem like a good person. I'm not, I assure her, keeping my words emotionless so she can't tell if I'm joking. You can't be that bad, she says, grabbing her drink and taking a longer sip as if to prove she trusts me. Not the wisest move, but I'm not the type to slip something into a woman's drink. I can have her without all the manipulation. Stone cold, sober, and wetter than a monsoon. Come to my office, I say, turning from the bar suddenly. We can do your paperwork and get you prepared for your shift tonight. She leaves her drink at the bar as she follows me, signaling her reluctance to trust me fully. She's going back and forth like she can't figure me out. She doesn't know what to think of me, but I prefer to keep it that way for as long as possible. Curiosity is exciting. Knowing everything right from the beginning spoils the fun. As we enter into my office, I close the door behind her, locking it behind me. Her eyes immediately follow my hands as I turn the bolt, and her shoulders tense. Sit, I say, motioning to the chair in front of the desk. Let's talk business. She slides into her seat, her arms glued to her sides with her hands in her lap. She looks guilty, like I'm about to call her out for daring to apply to my club, but I'm the one who should be reprimanded. Snatching this sweet woman off the streets and bringing her here under the guise of employment is downright wicked. But alas, I'm a wicked man. I sit down in my chair, leaning forward on my desk and lacing my fingers together. My eyes move over her body, traveling up and down her curves a few times. Her chest rises and falls quickly as she breathes, and I can make out the faintest trace of nipples through her shirt. I tear my eyes away from her before I get carried away, leaning back in my seat and tilting my head up to the ceiling. We pay our employees well here, but we also expect a lot from them. I'm ambitious, she blurts. I know I look a little frazzled and I came in here with a suitcase, but I swear I'm a hard worker. I used to work at a private university in London. It's just that I recently flew in, and I've been looking for work. That should tell you how dedicated I am. Right out of the airport, and I'm looking for a job. I'm pleasantly surprised by how eager she is to please. That will certainly come in handy later. You'll be a good fit, I'm sure, I assure her. I read people well, and I can already tell that you're capable of handling the position. You're gorgeous and you have the right attitude. Keep that up, and you've secured a long-term position at the Devil's Lair. Thank you, she says, her cheeks flushing a satisfying shade of pink at my praise. I smile, admiring her beauty for a moment before moving on. I grab a stack of papers from beside me and tap them against the desk to straighten them. All right, time to sign your life away. She laughs, but it's really no joke. Her freedom ends the moment she puts her signature on these papers.
Chapter 6. Nina. There's something about Sasha, a little hint of truth to everything he tells me, even when he appears to be joking. I like him, but by the very nature of his position and demeanor, he's intimidating. He doesn't have to do anything in particular to be this way. Simply sitting across from me as I sign a bunch of legal documents and non-disclosure agreements is enough to put me on edge. It's like standing in front of a rhinoceros, even if it was calm and slow-moving. You know that if it wanted to, it could impale you with its horn or trample you to death in the grass. Sasha feels that way. He has power in his hands and in the way he speaks. His tongue is sharp and his words roll off his tongue like poison, but it's the same type of poison he serves at his bar. It's the type you can't help but enjoy, and some people even become addicted to it. Not only that, but his body also hints at a toxic power, an ability to stun and seduce any woman who witnesses him shirtless. Even though he's wearing a suit, I catch the outline of his muscles through the silky fabric, the way the seams show when he lifts his thick arms. He's a formidable mixture of muscle and wit, making him especially dangerous to a woman like me. A woman who is drawn to powerful men. A woman who would vastly prefer to date a man twice her age than any of the scrawny boys who typically approach her. It'd be wrong to date my new boss though, so I push down the inevitable fantasies for the moment and try to focus on work. Sasha has offered me $100 per hour, plus tips, which is incredible compared to what I'm used to making. It almost seems too good to be true. But I can't turn it down, not until I know whether this is real. I've been thinking of all the ways it could be a trick or a trap, but why would anyone go through all the trouble to trick a random woman like me for no obvious reason? Since I can't find any reason not to trust Sasha, I decide to give him a certain level of trust. More than a stranger, but less than a friend. That's a safe way to approach him. Sasha brings me to the floor above the bar after all the papers are signed. We go up in a silver elevator with a mirrored ceiling, and it's so smooth that it feels like we didn't move at all. This building has 6 floors in total. This floor is currently unused, but it's fully furnished with everything you might need, Sasha explains as the doors roll open to complete darkness. It's like staring into an empty universe. He steps out into the darkness without a moment of hesitation, swallowed whole by it for several seconds before the lights come on. When they do, they reveal something akin to an expensive condo, but how can that be? We were just at his bar and suddenly he has an entire luxury apartment crammed into his ominous black building. Wow, I thought this was just a club, I say as I take a careful step out of the elevator. There are many secrets here, some more dangerous than others, he says with a gleam of something sinister in his brilliant green eyes. I hope this one isn't dangerous, I say, utterly in awe of my surroundings. A piano sits under a shimmering chandelier to my right, intricate crystals hanging from it and catching the light. They scatter rainbows across the polished wooden floor. My eyes follow the pattern of color to the living room, where 2 black velvet couches frame a coffee table that appears to be a solid chunk of black marble. Do you like music? Sasha asks, stepping over to the piano and laying his fingertips down on a few keys. I nod. Especially classical. My father used to have it on all the time at home and in his office at the university. Beautiful music, he says with a genuine appreciation. I'm rather fond of some traditional Russian pieces, but I'm not good at playing them. Perhaps you know how to play piano? I laugh. I haven't played since I was in high school, but I probably remember. Give it a try, he says, stepping back from the piano and pulling up a stool. I'd love to hear something. Whatever you can remember. The back of my neck prickles as I come toward him, feeling vulnerable as I sit down on the stool. He's standing just off to the side behind me, but he's close enough to where I can feel the heat of his large body in the room. His presence is even bigger than he is. I take a deep breath, appreciating the aroma of freshly cut flowers and petrichor as I try to remember a song to play for Sasha. If he likes Russian music, he might enjoy Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy by Tchaikovsky. It's funny how much doubt we hold inside of us, especially doing things we've practiced so much. When my fingers touch the keys, I'm terrified of messing up, but as I start playing, I become lost in the music, flowing with it as it pours from my fingertips. Every note hits a little harder than the last, and by the end of it, I've forgotten that Sasha is behind me. Only when I stop do I regain a sense of my surroundings. Sasha claps, his wide palms making a deep echo that bounces up into the vaulted ceiling. Incredible. You are truly talented, Nina. I swivel around on the stool, unable to hide a smile. Do you really think so? I haven't played since high school. Even more impressive, he says, shaking his head. Wow, I'd love you to play at the club sometime. We can have a special event. I laugh, standing up. My legs are all wobbly from his praise, and there's a warmth in my belly that wasn't there before. I don't think I'm that good. Nonsense, he replies. I like what I heard, and I'm sure you could do a few numbers for the club later on. Once you get the swing of making drinks, we'll talk about doing a show. I'm overwhelmed by his suggestion, but in a good way. I didn't expect things to go so well for me. I was struggling so badly in England, and coming back here was a huge punch in the gut. Stumbling into the devil's lair was the best thing that could have happened to me, as crazy as that sounds. Sasha places his hand on my shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. Let me show you around a bit. This used to be my living quarters until I moved up to the top floor, so I know all the little quirks and tricks. I look up at him, and I'm awestruck by how tall he is when he's right beside me like this. You live in the building? So close to work? He nods, guiding me down the hall and into the living room. Yes, I own the building and I saw it fit to utilize it to the fullest extent. I have no other business but the club, so I pour every waking hour into it and sleep on the top floor when I have the time. Sounds terribly busy. It is, but thankfully I have some help, he says as we walk through the living room and into a large kitchen. It's about 10 times the size of the one in my apartment back in London. Everything is bigger in the United States, but this is especially expansive. Before I show you anything, I'd like to remind you that you signed an NDA. Do you know what that means? He asks, coming to a sudden stop in the middle of the room. It means I can't reveal any company secrets, I reply, feeling a small tinge of hesitation. Why is he bringing this up now? That's correct, but it extends further than that. Anything I tell you, and anything you do for me is to be kept between us. I run a very high-class venue that brings in a lot of revenue, so that means I have competitors. They're always looking for ways to bring me down. Do you understand? I nod, but I still don't understand why he's bringing this up now. Sasha's eyes flicker over me, lingering on parts of my body they probably shouldn't. Something is being implied, but I would never voice what it is. I don't want to seem like I'm reading too far into things. I'm glad you understand the need for secrecy. People these days never stop running their mouths. It's how people end up dead or in prison, he says, stepping away from me toward the sink. He turns the faucet on, twisting it all the way left. This is one of the quirks. You wouldn't believe how far this sink is from the water heater, so it takes almost a full minute for the hot water to start flowing. The way he switches topics throws me off so hard that I can't even process what he just told me. It kind of sounded like a threat, but again, I don't want to read too far into things. This job is a blessing. A few yellow flags aren't going to stop me from walking away. Besides, nothing crazy has even happened yet, aside from him telling me I can stay here. Come. Let me show you the bedroom, Sasha says, slipping his hand over mine.
Chapter 7. Sasha. You can sleep here if you want, I say, flicking the light on. It's fully furnished, towels, nightgowns, and everything. Nightgowns? She asks, looking a little taken aback. For guests. You think a man who has everything wouldn't have nightgowns. Darling, I have chocolate liquor and yogurt-covered raisins that don't suit my palate, but you never know who you're going to entertain. My business deals with eccentrics. It pays to be prepared. When you put it like that, I suppose it makes sense, she says, but I hear the suspicion in her voice. It's understandable. I had this entire place put together overnight when I realized I'd be bringing her here. The closer she is to me, the less likely any unfortunate accidents will happen that will prevent me from learning what she knows. I'm not saying her father's death was anything more than a senseless act of violence, but you never know what kind of bad karma a family can have. Whoever killed her father might also have reason enough to kill her. It's better to keep her close, and letting her stay at my club is the best option to keep her safe without telling her what's really going on. Secrets must be kept until I've gained her trust, and then perhaps she can know why I need her. I'm assuming you already have a place to live, I say, knowing full well that she doesn't. I'm just fishing for a reason to offer this one to her as part of her employment. I just got here, actually, so I don't, she says, running her fingers over the silk sheets on the bed. She looks over her shoulder at me. Oh, but I wouldn't burden you by staying here all the time, just when I need to crash after a late night, right? It's not being used, so it's yours for however long you want. Really, I'd rather it be filled than to remain empty and collecting dust, I reply, leaning against the doorframe. I can't stop looking at her. Every movement she makes is driving me crazy with desire. It takes everything in me not to rush across the room and bend her over the bed. The sounds she would make would be like an angel being defiled, but I'd be a fool to ruin our relationship so quickly over mere bodily instincts. I must take this slower. Nina looks back at the bed, then at me, and she tilts her head to the side. Why are you being so nice to me? I shrug. It's just business. Maybe you're used to menial jobs, but I can assure you that in these sorts of places, people are treated a lot better. Yes, but to let me stay here. It's a lot, she says. You don't have to, if it's too much for you, I offer. Oh no, that's not what I meant, she blurts. I smile to myself. Of course not, darling. It's just that you're wondering why I would be so generous to you when we've only just met. Yes, that's it. I don't want to come off as unappreciative or anything, she says, pulling away from the bed and coming up to me slowly. I'd love to tell her the truth, but I doubt she could handle it. People who aren't accustomed to big money and major crimes don't usually care to take part in such things, even if they're paid well. If you're going to involve someone from the general public in your mafia dealings, it's best to keep them in the dark. I flash Nina the sweetest smile I can, trying to satiate her curiosity without revealing too much. I need a replacement, and you came just at the right time. This club brings in a lot of money because our customers are the richest of the rich in New York City, so even missing one night could cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think you understand your value right now, don't you? She blinks a few times as she takes in what I've told her. I kept the numbers artificially low because I doubt she'd believe me if she knew how much we really made. Her contributions alone are going to net me a clean $3 billion. I just want to be sure I'm the right fit for the job. I don't want to lose it, she says, a note of desperation in her voice. Now I understand. She thinks because I'm giving her all this, my expectations are going to be too high and she's going to end up back on the streets. She needs to feel like she's giving me enough for what I've offered her. I step up to her, putting my finger under his chin and turning her head up to me. She shudders, but doesn't move away. My pretty little flower, I say, my voice deep in my throat as the demon inside me threatens to burst out. As long as you do everything I say, and I do mean everything, I'll take very good care of you. Isn't that what you want? She swallows hard, then nods. Good girl, I purr, moving my finger from her chin down to her neck. I trace along her slender throat, arriving at her protruding collarbones. They're so delicate, so small and fragile. Do you think we should be doing this? She asks, her voice barely more than the faintest whisper. What are we doing? I ask, leaning in a few more inches. I can feel her breath against my chest, and I can hear her heart thundering in her chest in the stillness of the room. I don't know, Nina says, her voice fading even further, but I don't think it should be happening. I grit my teeth. The only thing I hate more than losing money is being told no. I want to punish her for it, to teach her a lesson she'll never forget by spanking her little backside while she's over my lap, but she's too pure for that. I'm cruel, but I'm not that cruel. I suck in a deep breath as I step back from her. You wanted to provide value, didn't you? I ask, my voice tinged with the bitterness of rejection. Work value, she clarifies. I could put you to work in so many ways you wouldn't know which way was up or down, I say. Don't ask for things you don't really want, darling. Take what I've given you, or it will all disappear. I snap my fingers. Just like that. She frowns, but doesn't say anything. She looks like she doesn't know whether to cry or to slap me in the face. Maybe she's as turned on as I am, but trying to hide it. Whichever it is, I'd better back off. I've already set the tone, and she needs to simmer in her thoughts for a while. If she's comfortable, she'll start opening up, and that needs time. I wouldn't have you do anything you weren't comfortable with, but I do expect you to work hard. As I said, you may stay here for as long as you like. Indefinitely, if that's what you prefer. The only thing I ask of you is that you respect the NDA agreement you signed, I explain. She nods. I will. You don't have to worry about me. Good girl, I say with a thin smile. If you have any questions, I'm on the top floor. Feel free to visit me anytime, for any reason. I put particular emphasis on those last words. I want her to know that our relationship can extend much further than work if she wants it to. It's what I want, even if it never leads to anything more than a few intimate conversations that just happen to be centered around what her father knew about the location of a specific Egyptian queen. Thank you, Sasha, Nina says, her voice small but regaining confidence. All I really need right now is a shower and probably a change of clothes. I have a uniform for work, right? Absolutely, I say, pointing to the closet. It's in there. Don't be too intimidated by it, please. It's meant to be small, but you'll be behind the bar most of the night. Wear that, and you'll get plenty of tips. Before she can open her mouth in what I assume will be protest, I step out of the room, sweeping through the flat and taking the elevator up to my penthouse suite. I'll return once she's gotten cleaned up and changed.
Chapter 8. Nina. I tug at the hem of the impossibly small garment that Sasha claims is my work uniform. It's nothing more than a royal purple body contour dress, riding up my thighs every time I move an inch, showing the matching purple lace panties underneath. I told myself I wouldn't take work at a strip club just because I'm desperate, but this is starting to feel suspiciously similar. What kind of club has their female bartenders dress in something so revealing? The floor-to-ceiling mirror in the bedroom shows me every detail of what I'm about to walk out in. Even the shoes that came with the uniform are too much to be considered professional. They're silver 6-inch heels with straps that crisscross across my calves. If there were other women who worked here, even just one, I'd feel a little more comfortable, but since it's all men, including most of the customers, I get this terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach that I'm going to be leered at nonstop. Is this really what Sasha wants? Is it all just a big joke to punish me for daring to apply for a job at his swanky club for rich socialites? Maybe he just wants to get me to leave so he can find someone who actually has the skills to fill this position. I look at myself in the mirror again, tugging my dress down over my hips. I don't even have to be doing anything for it to ride up my thighs. I'm a curvy girl, and the fabric, while luxurious, is far too slippery. I let out a deep sigh, trying to distract myself from my partial nudity as I turn away from the mirror. This is humiliating. I shouldn't be doing this. I was working at a university and now I'm strutting around a club in stripper heels. As I leave the bedroom, I struggle to walk without falling over. I'm not used to shoes this tall. I feel like I'm almost as tall as Sasha, towering over the floor in a way that makes my head spin and my stomach churn. If I'm not looking down at my feet, it's a little better, but then I feel like I'm going to get my foot snagged on something and break my ankle. I walk to the kitchen, getting myself a glass of water from the sink. It tastes so good I'm shocked out of my concerns for a moment. Tap water is never this nice, but Sasha seems to have spring water flowing through his pipes. My ankles wobble as I walk to the living room, finally collapsing on a couch where I'm safe from twisting my legs into a knot. For the money I'm receiving, this job isn't that demanding, but I'm also not used to behaving like this. I was always using my brain at work, and now I'm expected to use my body. My eyes travel down to my lap, where my dress has become bunched up at my waist. I won't even be able to sit down when I'm working, though I didn't expect much rest time while behind the bar. That's probably for the best. A knock on the door startles me. It must be Sasha again. I curse under my breath, climbing off the couch and hurrying toward the door. My heels make a loud echo as I walk, so he'll know if I turn away toward the bedroom and pretend I didn't hear him. With one hand on the hem of my skirt, I walk up to the door and open it. Sasha's eyes travel over me with lightning speed the moment I let him in. Goosebumps erupt on my legs and I just pray he can't see them. "You look beautiful, Nina," he says, his voice deep and hoarse. He swallows. "Wow, incredible." "Thank you," I say, heat rushing to my cheek. "Are you sure it isn't just a little too small, though? I mean, you have some pretty classy customers coming in, don't you? Wouldn't this be offensive?" "Men like pretty things," he replies nonchalantly. "You'll be fine. Besides, with a body like yours, it's a shame you're so reluctant to show it off." I feel a stir in my belly at his words, and my legs get a little wobblier. I've never had anyone talk so openly about the way that I look. Most of the comments I've gotten on my body have been negative, especially when I've shown more skin than I usually do. That's what happens to us curvy girls. We get treated so unfairly that we're surprised when someone shows so much interest in us. Still, I'm not sure whether to be flattered or offended by Sasha's comments. All I wanted to do was mix cocktails for customers, and I've been pushed into a luxury home and made to wear very revealing clothes to work. I can see that you're shy, Sasha says, his eyes wandering over my body again. But I can assure you, darling, nobody is going to bother you. Just serve those drinks and smile at the customers as they come in. That's all you need to do. I purse my lips, trying to think of a way to voice my concerns without sounding like I don't want this job. I actually need this job, but even so, this feels excessive. I just feel like I'm being sexualized, I finally say. You are, he replies, his eyes lighting up. I wasn't expecting such a blunt answer from him, and it makes it difficult to argue. He wants me like this, and he's going to have his way until I have the money to move on to a different job. Okay, but can I at least wear shorts under this? You can see it's not hiding anything, I say, tugging at the end of my dress again. I feel like you aren't getting the point of all this, Nina, he says, touching my arm lightly. You come off the street looking for work, and I offer you something beyond what you've ever had before. All I ask is that you look pretty for me. If that's too much for you, then you can always turn down the job. But I've already signed the paperwork, I say, trying to make it sound like I have no way out. A frown brings his heavy eyebrows together. It sounds like you don't want to lose this opportunity, but I understand if it's too much for you. You're free to go at any time, so long as you never talk about your experience here. I act like I'm considering it, pursing my lips and scrunching my face a little bit. In reality, I have no intention of leaving. I do just about anything to keep what I've just gotten. If that makes me shallow or without morals, then I'm willing to be for the time being. Sasha lowers his voice. I won't let anyone bother you. You're safe at the Devil's Lair. How do I tell him that he's the one bothering me? It's one thing to come off strong, but to do so when you're someone's boss feels a little icky. The worst part is how it makes me feel. I shouldn't like it at all, and I should see him as a creep and nothing more. But when he touches me, something inside me lights up, and I want more. That's dangerous. I don't want our relationship to be anything but professional, especially since I only met him today. I just want your word that things won't go any further than this, I say, looking down at my racy outfit. You have my word, he replies just a little too quickly. Now, let's get you out to the bar. I have a few people I'd like you to meet.
Chapter 9. Sasha. Nina works well under pressure. I can see the determination in her eyes as we go over the menu with the other bartender, James. She memorizes things quickly as an academic, and she's able to recite everything off the menu with perfect accuracy after only 10 minutes. Incredible. This gives me faith that she remembers the things her father has told her. Without that information, all this is for nothing. Well, I can't say it's completely without benefit. Seeing Nina dressed in such an alluring outfit is driving me and every other man in here absolutely mad with desire. I'm the only one who is allowed to have her, and the mere idea of what we will do once she warms up to me is enough to put a bounce in my step. I feel giddy in a way I haven't in a long time. Money is one thing, but sometimes the most exciting things in life don't have a price tag. Nina is one of them, just delightful to be around, and seemingly unaware of how beautiful she is. That soft skin, those big eyes, I want them gazing into mine when we make love for the first time. I hold back, refraining from making any comments that would reveal what I want to do to her. I let her concentrate on her work, even if it is just a facade. I need her to get comfortable and enjoy making the money, or she'll leave and I'll have to take more drastic measures to get the information out of her. I couldn't hurt a pretty woman like Nina, but I could make her miserable until she talks. I think it's better that she likes me and opens up naturally. I don't know if my approach has been correct, but time will tell. I don't have experience chasing a woman. This is actually my first time. And a lot of people would find that strange until they understand that I'm not the one who does the chasing. I never have to. Women see the car, the money, the power, the danger, and they throw themselves at me. I've never respected such shallow people. But that doesn't mean I haven't had my fair share of flings before of it. but that's all they ever are. Flings. I'd like something more long-term, but I fear my heart is too blackened to handle anything more than empty promises and cheap thrills. I watch Nina for a few minutes as she starts taking orders and making drinks. She's a natural at this, charming everyone with her bright eyes and winning smile. Even though she's nervous, she holds her head high and moves with confidence. I want to watch her all night, but that would drive me crazy. It's hard enough being around her when she's wearing such a revealing outfit. It was a mistake to put her in that because now my mind has become so clouded that I struggle to think about my next moves. I'm frozen, held captive by her perfection until Yegor comes through the front door. He has no idea how relieved I am to see him again. I wave him over to me, turning my shoulder to Nina so I can't stare at her anymore. She dances in and out of my peripheral vision as she makes drinks, but she doesn't pull my attention from Yegor as he walks up to me. New employee, I say, nodding in Nina's direction as Yegor comes to a stop in front of me. He looks over at Nina for just a second too long for my liking. She's not to be touched by anyone but me, I warn him. His eyes flick back to me, and he nods. I understand, sir. Do you want me to assign her a bodyguard? No, she'll be with me. She's staying in this building for the foreseeable future. The only thing I need from you is to make sure she doesn't leave. I don't care what she needs. Don't let her out of here, but don't let her know she's being held against her will. She must be convinced to stay. His eyebrows draw together in a frown. How do you propose I do that? I shrug. It shouldn't be difficult. If she needs food, have someone get it for her. If she wants fresh air, tell her there's a fire nearby and the air is absolutely dreadful outside. Very clever, sir, Yegor replies. Don't suck up to me, I say with a chuckle. Just don't let her leave. I doubt she's going to want to leave while she's working, but afterward she might want to, so keep an eye on her. Yegor rubs his chin, looking over at Nina. I follow his eyes and we both fall into a captivated silence. Nina is shaking a cocktail, her expression one of deep concentration. Her body moves with the drink, shaking like I imagine it will when she's in my bed. One eye, Yegor. Not both, I say, tearing my gaze away from Nina again. Just make sure she doesn't leave and that nobody bothers her. If anyone lays a finger on her pretty skin, I want you to kill them. Yegor smirks like I'm joking, but when he looks at me, he realizes I'm not. I'm dead serious about Nina. She's the most important thing that's happened to me in a long time, and I won't let anyone get in the way and mess this up for me. Yegor's eyes flicker over to Nina before returning to me again. I'd like to know what's so important about her, other than her undeniable beauty. I thought we talked about this, I say, annoyed that he's asking again. He's always so curious, but I only tell people things if they need to know. Otherwise, it's best to keep a plan as secret as possible, especially one worth this much money. People get greedy, and leaking information is a great way to get stabbed in the back or shoved into the ocean with your feet encased in concrete. I know she's important, but I'm not really sure why, Yegor says. Something to do with a client, I assume. You have assumed correctly, but she's not the end goal for our dear customer. She's a pawn, but a useful one. A rook. Maybe a queen if she's used correctly, I say, lowering my voice to a whisper so nobody else hears our conversation. She has information that I need, but I'd rather not torture it out of her. There are a better way of getting her to talk. Of course, we wouldn't want to harm a pretty thing like her, Yegor says. Sounds like you have a crush, I joke. No, but you might, he replies with a cheeky grin. I wag my finger at him, but I appreciate his light-hearted attitude today. I need a little comic relief when things are so hot and heavy. It's been tough around here, especially since I learned about the spy that came here the other night. One more thing before I go, I say, putting my hand on Yegor's shoulder. The guy who came here before, has he been identified? Yegor shakes his head. Not enough time to even look. You wanted me to find Nina. Right, but we'll put someone else onto the spy case. It's important that we find out more about him. We have enemies, it seems. He nods. I can talk to Dima if you'd like. I laugh, shaking my head. He's not going to be in a good mood after we booted his nephew from the bar. It's probably best to leave him out of this one. Victor, perhaps. I think about it for a moment. Victor is sharp when he's on the hunt. I almost wanted to have him in charge of finding Nina, but he's not as close to me as Yegor is. There are things I'd rather not tell him, and I don't exactly trust him around women. He has a wandering eye and a talent for getting himself in trouble. But if I put him on the hunt for a spy, I believe he'd do well. Victor is a fine choice. Make sure he doesn't capture anyone. I want an identity only. It's better if our new enemy doesn't realize we're onto them, I say as I let go of Yegor's shoulder. Of course. I will see to it. Good man, I say with a tight smile. I'll see you later tonight once the bar is closed. Keep an eye on the girl. I know I don't have to tell him so many times, but it's nerve-wracking to leave her alone for even a second. I keep imagining all the things that could happen to her, all the people who would love to put their grimy hands on her flawless body. I leave the club before I'm able to get myself too worked up, taking the elevator to the top floor where my penthouse awaits. It's still here, almost disturbingly so, and I feel inclined to fill the room up with so much smoke that I can't see the door. Someone could walk in here and I wouldn't even notice until they were right in front of me. But still I smoke. It's the only thing that eases my mind and allows me to relax for the few precious hours I have until Nina finishes her shift.
Chapter 10. Nina. Sasha was right. Everyone is so professional here that I almost forget I'm dressed like a desperate hooker. I still don't know why he decided I need to wear something so revealing, but for the money I'm making, I won't complain. Just this evening, I received a $500 tip from a customer, and probably $1,000 total from everyone else. For that type of money, I'd do this job naked. I probably shouldn't say that to Sasha, though. He'd get the idea to actually have me do it, and then I'd really be uncomfortable. I always said that my moral code and self-respect were far more important than money, but I fear that's already threatening to be corrupted by tonight's earnings. It's best not to push things any further. I'm overwhelmed as it is, though admittedly quite relieved things turned out the way they did. As the evening closes and my shift behind the bar ends, Sasha reappears in the club, making his way over to me as I'm wiping down the counter. I can smell the cigar smoke on his suit before he gets to me, like he's been basking in it for hours. Maybe he has. I like it, even though I know it's not something a woman should be attracted to. Bad habits are always indicative of something sinister lurking deeper, but I guess I already knew Sasha was a wicked man when he made me wear such a skimpy outfit on my first day of work. Don't worry about the cleanup. James will take it from here, Sasha says, touching my arm lightly. Goosebumps travel across my entire body, and it's as though electricity is flowing from his fingertips into my skin. I feel weird when I'm around him, buzzing with energy that I struggle to find a place for. I need an outlet, but the only one I can think of involves a bouncy mattress and a reckless lack of inhibitions. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Sasha asks, his fingers lingering on my arm for a moment. A bit hungry, I admit. I will have something brought to your room, he says, his eyes sparkling in the dim light. How does that sound? Thank you, I say softly, looking past him toward the elevator. So I'm off my shift now, right? Correct. And I can go and get changed. He chuckles. So eager to get out of that dreadful costume I've put you in? Oh no, it's not dreadful, I insist. It's just a little cold. I'm not used to being so exposed. I know you're a shy girl, don't worry, he says, placing his hand on my back and walking me to the elevator. There's nothing wrong with that. It's actually why I like you. Extroverts aren't my type of people at all. Too loud. I wouldn't consider myself shy, but he does tend to bring that side out of me. Maybe if he wasn't so overbearing, he'd see a different side of me. I can even be fun, but he shut that down with all his obvious flirtation. Go on upstairs and I will bring something up for you in a moment, Sasha says, his voice laced with hidden meanings. My legs wobble as I step into the elevator, but I'm relieved when the doors roll shut and I'm alone. Finally, I can have a little peace to sort out my racing thoughts. As I enter my new living space, a smile breaks out across my face. I look at the money in my hand, and then at the expensive furniture and plush carpet surrounding me, and I feel like some kind of miracle has happened. After everything I've been through, is life really blessing me with something good again? It all feels like a dream, but I'm not the least bit sleepy. Even after the long day I've had the lack of sleep before I came here, my eyes are wide open, and my heart is beating quickly. I feel like I just drank one too many shots of espresso. I dropped the cash tips I received on the nightstand in my bedroom, quickly stripping off the skimpy outfit I've been wearing all night and hopping in the shower. The hot water feels so good against my clammy skin that I start to feel drowsy for the first time in 48 hours. I let my eyes close, imagining what the next weeks will bring. I plan on staying here for a little while, but only long enough to come up with an emergency fund and the money for my own apartment. Rent is expensive in New York, and it's obviously better to have this place for free, but I don't trust Sasha. He's too interested in me, and I'd be better off putting some distance between the two of us before things get messy. I feel like if I stick around too long, he's going to find a way to convince me to give in to his obvious temptations. He's attractive and charming, but that comes at a price. Once you give in to a man like that, he believes he owns you, and I've already had experiences like that before. I was younger then, but I feel like I can handle myself better now. I'm not even going to cross that line with him. Besides, I suspect there's something else going on here that I'm not being told about. Sasha might run a classy club full of rich socialites, but that tattoos etched into his skin tell a different story about who he is. He's not a movie star or a banker with more money than he can spend. He owns a club and all his employees look like they break people's arms for a living. I can't help but shake the feeling that something illegal is going on here. Sasha seems dangerous, not just in the way he behaves toward me, but in the way he holds himself. I try not to judge people on appearances, but it goes deeper than that. No man has the level of confidence that Sasha does without an immense amount of power. And power implies the potential for violence. As I step out of the shower, I try to brush the suspicions from my mind. I doubt anything will come of them unless I do some investigating, but that would potentially spoil my new job. It's better to leave things alone. What you don't know can't hurt you. I find a fluffy white bathrobe in the bathroom closet and put it on, reveling in the intense warmth this provides. It feels like I'm being hugged by a large animal, and I have to check the tag to make sure I'm not wearing some kind of exotic fur by accident. Nope, it's just regular cotton, but I've never felt anything this soft before. It's incredible. I linger in the bathroom for a few minutes, playing with the sink as I attempt to figure out what all the little knobs do. Everything here has its own knob. There's a little gold one for the soap, a silver one for the lotion, and a black one that expels what I think is another cleanser, perhaps for my face. I'll have to do some experimenting later, but my stomach growls, reminding me that I haven't eaten since I first arrived here. I wonder when Sash is going to come up with the food. I step out into the bedroom, frowning as I catch a whiff of smoke. Is something burning in here? I look around for the source, but I don't find any candles. Moving out in the hallway, the smoke smell gets stronger, but I can tell it's not something like a candle or a space heater that went haywire. It's not even a stove or microwave. It's a large Russian man with a cigar in his mouth, sitting on my couch in the living room like he owns the place. Except he does own the place, because it's Sasha. Chapter 11. Nina. Oh, damn, you scared me, I say, placing a hand over my heart as Sasha stands up from the couch. My apologies, he replies smoothly, taking the cigar out from between his lips. I just brought dinner up for the both of us. I figured I would join you, if that's all right. I narrow my eyes at him. I suppose so. How did you get in, though? I thought I locked the door. I have a key, he says, pulling it out of his suit pocket and placing it on the coffee table. You can have it, though. I won't be making any more surprise appearances. I raise an eyebrow. One surprise appearance was more than enough, but as usual, I remain silent and don't call him out on his unusual behavior. I've learned that it's almost always better to keep your mouth shut and your eyes and ears open when things start to get complicated. Sasha sits back down on the couch and puffs on his cigar a few times as I stand awkwardly just a few feet away from him. I won't bite, he says after a moment of silence. Not you, at least. I brought up some pizza from the kitchen. I hope you enjoy pineapple. Now I know he's a psycho. What kind of man assumes someone would enjoy pineapple on a pizza? Sasha leans forward and opens a box on the coffee table, and I realize it's just plain cheese. He grins at me. You really thought I was type of sicko, didn't you? Hey, I don't mind pineapple. It might be a weird choice if you didn't know someone, though. I reply as I move over to the couch. I don't want to sit on the same one as him, but I don't want to seem like I'm trying to keep my distance. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells, but that's always the case with him. I hover over the box of pizza for a moment, covertly examining it before taking a slice and sitting on the sofa across from him. Nothing looks wrong with it, so I take a bite, sinking my teeth into the melted cheese. Something in my brain lights up, and my eyes widen. This is so good. Sasha waves his cigar around nonchalantly. The chef used to work at an upscale pizza kitchen before he came here. He's quite good at everything, but pizza is his favorite. Wow, I mutter before taking another bite. It's the best pizza I've ever had, and I've had my fair share of pies. I used to live off pizza when I first moved to England because that was the only thing that was familiar to me. Now, ironically, it's again the only thing that's familiar to me coming back to the United States. I see you're enjoying the bathrobe, Sasha says, pointing his finger at my loose cotton garment. I picked that one up in Italy a few years ago, but funny enough, the cotton is grown in the United States. Did you know that they grow the best cotton here? It's called Pima cotton. That's another good thing about the States, I guess, I say, pulling the bathrobe a little tighter. Second only to pizza. He laughs. Right, they don't make pizza like this in Italy. A couple of tomato slices and a hint of cheese over there. I'm not sure how anyone eats that stuff. You've traveled a lot? Or just to Italy? I ask as I take another bite of pizza. All over the world, and that doesn't just mean Europe. I've been to half the countries in Africa, but not to Egypt yet. That's next on my list. I perk up upon hearing about Egypt. I know 1,001 things about ancient Egypt because of my father, so I finally feel like I have something to share with Sasha other than my body. Where in Egypt were you thinking? I ask, leaning in but trying not to look overly invested. He shrugs, puffing on his cigar a few times before answering. Northern part, mainly. I'd like to see the pyramids and maybe a mummy. You could see the tomb of Tutankhamun if you went a little more south. It's worth the trip, I say. Sasha raises an eyebrow. Have you been there? I nod. Yes, with my father. He was immensely interested in ancient Egypt, especially that tomb. Tutankhamun was one of his favorite pharaohs. I love all things related to ancient Egypt, Sasha says, his voice brimming with admiration. Your father must be an incredibly sharp man. I nod, feeling a pang of sorrow at the mention of him, as though he were still alive. He was a brilliant man, but he passed away a few years ago, I explain. Egypt always reminds me of him. I'm so sorry, Nina. My apologies if it's a sensitive subject. I shake my head. No, it's not. I actually miss talking about it. My father was a professor at the university I used to work for in London, and he gave lectures on ancient Egypt regularly. His favorite topic was the pharaohs, half god, half human, as they were known. That's what I'd like to see, Sasha says, his green eyes lighting up. He adjusts his position on the couch, leaning against a cushion and pulling his legs up. Pharaohs were incredible rulers, but so were their queens. So little is known about certain queens, but I suppose someone with a lot of money and an interest in ancient culture could fund a trip over to study them. Are you implying that you would? I ask, a hint of excitement in my voice. I don't see why not. I'm particularly interested in one queen. Her name is Nefertiti. I feel a jolt of adrenaline at the mention of that name. My father died on his search for Queen Nefertiti, but not very many people even know who she was. How the hell does Sasha know about her? I swallow hard, my mouth going dry as I try to think of a response. I doubt she exists, actually. I mean, not anymore. Maybe at one point, I say, trying to downplay what I know. My father was certain Queen Nefertiti not only existed but was hidden deep underground in a place he told me not to ever mention to anyone. Even now that he's dead, it doesn't feel right to let anyone in on his great secret, especially not someone like Sasha. I don't trust his intentions. Sasha frowns. You doubt she exists? Do you think her tomb was destroyed, lost in the sands of time? Probably, I reply, taking a bite of my pizza as a distraction. I'm really not that hungry anymore. You're probably better off looking for some other artifacts if that's what you're interested in. I'm not, he replies sharply as he stands up, but thank you for talking with me. I will let you enjoy the rest of your dinner, and I'll see you downstairs tomorrow for your next shift. I'm startled by the quickness of his departure. Did I say something wrong? Sasha waves at me, cigar smoke drifting through the air behind him as he goes toward the door. I'm left alone, a cacophony of thoughts swirling in my head, but one thing remains on the surface. Sasha is interested in Queen Nefertiti, the same fabled queen that got my father killed on a trip to Egypt to find her. It was claimed to be an accident, then changed to a suicide, and then to an accident again. I'm certain it was much more sinister than that. He was murdered, and now someone else wants what he was after.
Chapter 12. Sasha. Nina is on to me, but she's not the only one. Despite my best efforts to keep my intentions concealed and my clients anonymous, someone has caught word of my dealings with the billionaire client who wants the mummy of Queen Nefertiti. I know this because the spy that was sent to my club has been identified, and his passport has the eagle of Saladin printed on the front. Our spy is from Egypt, and there's no way in hell that's a coincidence. I don't have enemies from Egypt. I have plenty from Russia, a few from the United States, and one in Mexico because I shot the cousin of a cartel boss. Egypt was never even on my radar until my client brought it up, and now someone is after me. I figure it's the same someone who came for Dr. Mulling when he went to Egypt to retrieve Queen Nefertiti. But why? Such a mummy can't possibly be that valuable to someone other than a collector, and if they're trying to get it before us, they've had plenty of time to do so. 5 years, and now they want to come stir up trouble just because some rich collector wants me to try to find Queen Nefertiti. It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm only one or two pieces of what is turning out to be a very large puzzle. If we can capture the spy and question him, we'll have a few more pieces, and perhaps then I will be able to guess at the full picture. Yegor doesn't look terribly convinced, though. He's sitting in my office rolling a cigar between his thick fingers but refusing to light it. I don't think we should get into this mess, he says. International conflicts aren't usually worth it. Kidnapping a spy isn't going to get us into any trouble, I insist. He's a nobody. I don't even think he works for the government. He came here on a simple tourist visa and has since decided he wants to snoop around in our private club. Kidnapping Egyptian tourists sounds like a great way to get the wrong kind of attention, Yegor mutters. I'd really caution you against it. We know who he is, and if he shows up again, we'll deal with him. I don't want to wait for him to show up. We need to get after him, I say, slamming my fist against the desk between us. You have no idea how important this is. And you haven't told me, he remarks, a note of bitterness in his voice. I grit my teeth. Fine, but you're going to have to take a blood oath of secrecy. He blinks a few times at me, stunned by the realization that I'm not joking. Now I'm not sure if I want to know. A cold laugh escapes my mouth as I pull open my desk drawer and retrieve a silver dagger. You've already asked too many questions and now you're going to get answers. You're not taking this seriously enough, so perhaps the honest truth will change your mind. Yegor takes a sharp breath in, letting out slowly before placing his hand on the desk. His cigar rolls out from his grip, sweat soaked into the loosened leaves of tobacco. I brush it to the side, taking his hand and looking him in the eye. Do you swear on your life and your God to maintain secrecy about what I'm going to tell you? I ask in Russian. I do, Yegor replies. I slide the blade across his palm, opening it up much deeper than I usually would. I want to see the blood pour out, his promises staining the desk like his blood will if he ever dares break them. Yegor winces, but he doesn't pull his hand away as fresh crimson blood pools in his palm. Here, I say, reaching into my drawer again as blood drips onto the glossy surface of the desk. I pull out a bandage and hand it to Yegor. Wrap yourself up while we talk. He takes the bandage and wraps it around his hand, pulling it tight to stop the vicious flow of blood. It soaks through the fabric of the bandage, dyeing it a deep red. I smoke my cigar as Yegor settles back in his chair and awaits what I've agreed to tell him. After a moment, when the room is still and silent again, I speak. I had a client offer me $3 billion for the mummy of Queen Nefertiti. Nina's father, who is now dead, knew where she was. Nobody else does, as far as I know, except possibly Nina. And the spy, Yegor says. That's possible, I reply. Or whoever sent him. I want to question him and find out what he knows. This rabbit hole is deeper than I initially thought. Nina's father was murdered in Egypt, and I want to know who did it. I can find the spy. His name is Amun, and he's staying at a hotel about 10 miles from here. Yegor is always so quick to jump into action. I like that about him, but we need to proceed with a little more caution than that. I don't want anyone to know that we've snatched up Amun until it's too late. Ideally, they'd only figure out he was missing when I've retrieved the mummy and returned to the United States. I wouldn't worry about consequences when I was $3 billion richer. Let's play this safer, I say, drumming my fingers against my desk. Smoke dances in front of my eyes, but I see clearly with my mind. There's a way through this that's not going to cause any drama. I know there is. Yegor looks down at his bloody palm and nods. We can be as safe as you want, but I don't know how much longer Amun will be in New York. We don't have any records of a return flight, but that doesn't mean he plans to stay forever. He's probably trying to figure out what to do, just like we are. I'm sure he didn't think he was going to get caught so quickly, snooping around our club, I reply. They didn't send their best, that's for sure. But let's not underestimate them, I warn, holding up my finger. We don't know how many of them there are. If they can kill a university professor from England and get away with it, their operation might be a little more sophisticated than it appears. You're right, he agrees. Plus, they had the money and the intel to send someone to the United States to investigate. I rub the tips of my fingers against my forehead, trying to massage the stress out of my skin. This is getting far too complicated. I need to make a phone call. Please go check on Nina and don't say a word about this to anyone. Affirmative, he says, rising up and grabbing his cigar off the desk. I wait for him to leave my office before picking up the phone and dialing the man who caused this headache. He didn't tell me that someone would be out to get me for my involvement in the search for Queen Nefertiti. Or maybe he doesn't know, but that would mean that he's in just as much danger as I am. He should be warned, or that $3 billion might as well not exist. Jesus, why do I always end up being the guy who has to protect everyone? My client picks up the phone, open the first ring, palpable excitement in his voice when he speaks. Did you find her? He blurts. I sigh. The girl or the mummy? Either. I have the girl, but the mummy is still resting peacefully in Egypt. I just have a little question for you, if you don't mind. Not at all, he replies. I pause for a moment, thinking carefully about what I'm about to say. My initial impulse is to make accusations, but that only works with someone who is of a much lower status than yourself. For men richer than me, I have to play my cards closer to my chest. Are you aware of anyone else who is interested in this mummy? I ask, keeping my question as open-ended as possible. There's no mention of the spy, nor are there any accusations. There might be, I suppose. Why do you ask? He sounds more nervous now. I respond in a light-hearted way to ease his anxiety. I just thought there might be someone who also had information to make things easier. Maybe someone else is looking for your queen. It's possible, but if you have Dr. Mulling's daughter, you have the best source of information. I assumed as much. Just thought I'd ask to be sure. Thank you, I say, keeping a sunny disposition that's rather unlike myself. In this industry, it pays well to be a chameleon. I'm but an actor, a gust of smoke in the wind, able to bend into any fantasy a person could have. As long as I get my money in the end, that's all that matters. My client still isn't satisfied by my response. He hangs on the line, doubt in his voice as he replies. Is everything still going fine? You said you have the girl, right? Everything is spectacular, I reply. The girl is very safely in my hands, and I was just warming her up to talk about what she knows. It could be mere days before I take the trip to Egypt to find what you're after. Okay, I just want to be sure, he replies. Don't let anyone else know about this. Nobody does, I reply, my mind immediately drifting to Yegor. Of course, other people are going to know about this mission, but telling my client that I'm the only person on Earth who knows him or his desires is always the best approach. People like him need to be comforted, especially when there's so much money on the line. Thank you, Sasha. I eagerly await an update on this, he says. You will get one soon, my friend, I reply with a forced smile. Have a wonderful evening. You too. I hang up the phone, letting out a groan. I can't stand talking like that to people. I sound like a pushover. I stand up from my desk, lighting a fresh cigar and pacing around the room. I suspect my client isn't being truthful with me. He knows something and he doesn't want to admit it. I don't believe that he is as clueless as he tries to make himself out to be. He knows something, and I'm going to find out what that something is once I bring Amun back to my club.
Chapter 13. Nina. The nights go by faster each time, and pretty soon it's been an entire week since I felt the sunlight on my skin. I haven't even thought about going outside because of how my every need and desire has been catered to by Sasha and his employees. Today, however, is my day off, so I intend to take my cash and see a bit of the city. Maybe do a little shopping as well, seeing as I've made over $10,000 in tips alone. I just need to dodge Yegor because he always seems to show up when I have the idea to go outside. So instead of heading out first thing in the morning, I hang around inside for a few hours. I don't know if I'm being kept here on purpose, or if Yegor is just a little overly attentive, but it's about time I slipped out and had some fun. I wait until after breakfast, but well before lunch, and then I get dressed in the clothes Sasha bought for me and tiptoe toward the elevator. I wish there was a better way out, but there isn't. I've brought this up to Sasha because there should always be an emergency exit that doesn't involve an elevator, but he insisted that it was approved and the building was up to code. I don't know who he paid off to make it so, but I'm certain this building wouldn't pass inspection if Sasha didn't have so much money. The elevator doors roll open quietly when I push the button, and I jump inside. My heart is hammering in my chest like I'm making some great escape, but if I'm confronted, I'll simply tell Yegor or Sasha where I'm going and be on my way. They can't stop me. That would be against the law. But that doesn't stop my stomach from dropping and my palms from sweating when I see Sasha standing in the middle of his empty club, a cigar in his mouth, and a frown on his face as the elevator doors roll open. Going out? I nod sheepishly as I step out of the elevator. Where? I could drive you, he says, pulling the cigar out of his mouth and crushing it in an ashtray on the bar. Oh, there's no need for that. I just wanted to get some fresh air. Maybe see the city. I reply, walking quickly toward the exit. Sasha's eyes grow wide when he realizes I'm not going to stop for him, and he jumps out in front of me, slamming his hands across the door to stop me from leaving. Are you sure you don't want me to drive you? This neighborhood, although home to many nice businesses, does tend to attract some shady characters every now and then. I shrug. I can handle myself. You sure? I don't think it's all that safe to go alone. I know this city well, and no woman walks by herself out here, he says, standing firm at the doorway. I wonder what his problem is. Does he really think I'm incapable of looking after myself, or is there something else he's trying to prevent from happening? He didn't strike me as the jealous type, but maybe he just doesn't want me interacting with other men. I know he's attracted to me. He's made that very clear. But that can't be all there is to this. Sasha is acting very oddly, and I want to know why. I cross my arms, staring him down. Why don't you want me to leave? He immediately throws up his hands and steps away from the door. Oh, Nina, it's nothing like that. Go right ahead. I just want to make sure my best workers are safe, that's all. I scoff as I step past him through the door, but I'm relieved he's finally letting me out of the building. Even though I've had everything provided for me like I'm the queen of the universe, I don't enjoy feeling like a prisoner. Oh, but wait a moment, Nina, Sasha says from the doorway as I walk away from the building. I ignore him, continuing onward a little quicker in hopes that he won't try to stop me again. Maybe I can turn a corner and lose him before he starts trying to convince me that I need him. Nina, I'm coming, Sasha calls from behind me, jogging out as he stuffs something into his jacket pocket. I sigh, but I guess I have to be thankful he didn't try to pull me into the building and keep me prisoner. What good is making a bunch of money if you can never go out and spend it? I just don't want you to be in any danger, Sasha says, breathing heavily as he jogs up beside me. I notice there's sweat on his forehead and a slightly panicked look in his eyes, but I don't comment on it. I just keep walking, heading nowhere in particular for a moment before pulling out my phone and searching up a luxury shopping boutique. The cash I have is burning a hole in my pocket, begging me to blow a little to see what it feels like. Doing a little shopping? Sasha asks, leaning over my shoulder to get a look at my phone. I jerk it away from him. Yes, but do you mind being a little less invasive? I don't want to be rude, but I already told you I didn't need you coming with me. He laughs, but there's a real look of concern in his eyes. Don't mind me, darling. I'm just here to make sure you're safe. New York City can be a dangerous place. I've known 300-pound men who have been robbed in broad daylight and beaten senseless out here. I tell you, it isn't what it used to be. I doubt every single word that's coming out of his mouth. Doesn't he realize how fake it all sounds? He's certainly worried about something, but it's not my safety. This isn't a dangerous part of town at all. Half a smile dances across my lips at Sasha's story, but again, I don't say anything. I don't want him to keep explaining the same crap over and over again like I'm some sort of idiot who can't see straight through his paper-thin story. He has ulterior motives for doing this, but it's better for me to ignore them and continue cashing large paychecks from his club. Where is this place we're going, by the way? Sasha asks, leaning over my phone again. I sigh. It's a 20-minute walk, but I see you're dressed like it's winter out here. Maybe you want to sit this one out. No, this is a summer suit, he replies, tugging on his lapels. It's solid black, but breathable. The technology is impressive if you can afford it, he says. We'll see about that. I quicken my pace, making him work to keep up with me. He's already sweating like he's swallowed a dozen peppers without water, so getting him to admit that he's not dressed properly shouldn't be too difficult. Honestly, he'd be a lot more attractive if he wasn't lying all the time. Everything else about him checks out, but there's something I can't shake, a feeling of dishonesty from him that clings to him like the smoke from his cigars. Something like that doesn't wash off easily, and it repels me in a way that's probably frustrating for him. I don't owe him an explanation for it, but maybe it'd be better if I did tell him, just so he'd consider stopping. Super dangerous here. Slow down, Sasha says, reaching into his jacket pocket and fumbling with something. I'm not slowing down. It's not the least bit dangerous, I reply over my shoulder, putting another few feet between us. It is dangerous, Nina. Jesus, I just told you. His voice is cut off by an explosive sound to the right of us, loud popping like a string of fireworks, only it isn't July. Get down. Sasha leaps toward me as the popping continues, and only then do I realize that we're being shot at.
Chapter 14. Sasha. I pull my gun out as I cover Nina with my body, using myself as a shield as bullets pepper the building behind us. I knew this would happen, but I was ill-prepared to stop Nina from leaving the club. Someone is after us, and I'm certain it has to do with the mummy. My eyes scan the road, looking for the source of the gunshots, but there are too many cars. It's not clear where the bullets are coming from, or if they're even aimed at us in particular. There are about a dozen other people nearby. For Nina's safety, I have to assume we're the targets, so I grab her and run with her back toward the club. I get no resistance from her, but it's clear she thinks this is somehow my fault. I can see it in her eyes. The gunshots stop almost immediately as we begin running, but we're not in the clear just yet. Another car turns around the corner in the direction we're going, heading toward us with the window rolled down. That's another one, I growl, aiming my gun at the car and firing off a few shots. What the hell are you doing? Nina yells, tugging at my arm. Shooting them before they can shoot us, I reply, firing a few more shots into the front windshield of the car. I know I've succeeded when they veer off the road and smash into a parked car beside a large white bank building. Holy crap, she squeaks as I pull her away from the chaos. We're not far from the club, but I keep my eyes peeled as we run. I can't afford to lose Nina. She's the most precious person in my life right now, taking precedence over anyone else. Thankfully, the rest of the way is clear, and I'm able to get Nina to safety as I pull her back inside. I slam the door shut, locking it with several bolts and barking at Yegor, who is sitting by the bar. Get everyone together. We need to have a meeting. What is it? What's going on? He asks, jumping to his feet with a look of alarm painted on his typically stoic face. Someone shot at us. Multiple cars, I grumble, pulling Nina along until she starts to resist. Nina, I need you to come with me. We need to get you to safety. No, we need to call the police, she insists, trying to pull away from me again. A bitter laugh escapes my mouth, and I grab her, hoisting her up on my shoulder and walking with her to the elevator. Meeting in 15 minutes, I say to Yegor as I enter the elevator and turn around. I'll debrief the girl. The elevator doors roll shut, and Nina drums on my back with her tiny fists. Let go of me. You can't do this. I chuckle. You'll find that I can do just about anything I want, Nina. The game is over. I tried to do it nicely, but it's clear to me now that this situation calls for immediate action. No more waiting. What the hell are you talking about? She whines desperately as the elevator rises to the top floor. I will explain it to you when we arrive. Just be patient, darling, and all will be revealed. Despite my efforts to calm her, she continues to drum her hands on my back, not realizing how futile it is to resist my power. I have the power to be her worst nightmare, and there's not a single thing she could do to stop me. She's lucky I've kept the beast in me at bay, or she'd really be in trouble now. I save you, and this is how you thank me, I grumble as the elevator doors open to a short hallway. I carry Nina down it, arriving at my door and scanning my fingerprint to unlock it. It swings open on its own, and we step inside. All right, I'll put you down, I say as Nina squirms in my arms. I wait for the door to close and lock before lowering her to the floor. She immediately jumps away, plastering her small body against the wall and looking at me like I'm the one who tried to kill her today. Usually people are happy when I save their lives, I say. Call the police, or I'll call them for you, she hisses. I roll my eyes. That's cute, Nina, but it's not happening. You're not calling anyone. I will, she threatens, pulling out her phone. I lunge at her, grabbing the phone from her hand and knocking us both to the floor in the process. She uses her nails to claw at my face, screaming bloody murder as I pin her to the floor. I throw her phone as far as I can, hoping it will break so she can't use it. Let me go. She screams into my face. I grab her hands, pinning her down. She kicks her legs up at me, but all I have to do is sit on them to stop her from being able to move. She's trapped, and I rather enjoy seeing her in this position. I'd like it even better if she was moaning instead of screaming, but you can't have everything. I want you to calm down, or you're not going to know what's going on or why, I say, trying to keep my voice calm as she screams over my words. Let me go. I'm trying to be nice, Nina, I warn, squeezing her wrists. Don't make me lose my patience. I have a meeting in 15 minutes, and you're wasting my time with all your screaming. Then get the hell off me, she says. Not until you stop squirming. She looks at me like she's ready to kill me the moment I let her go, and then she inhales deeply, spitting a glob of saliva into my face. It lands on my nose and upper lip. I don't know why, but it does something for me. I feel a surge of arousal as I lick it from my lip, running my tongue over the spot twice to taste Nina's spit. You're gross, she snarls. I think you like it, I tease. Her cheeks burn the brightest red I've ever seen as she pretends to struggle against me again. In reality, she's trying to draw attention away from her embarrassment. She can't stand that I'm right, that she does like it when I taste her saliva. Are you ready to stop struggling? I ask as she goes limp. She nods. I just want you to get off me. You're hurting my wrists. I narrow my eyes at her before I climb off, helping her to her feet. She glances past me at the door, but she knows it's not possible to dodge me and run all the way there before I catch her. You're safer in here than anywhere else, I say, gesturing toward the doorway to my living room. Let's sit down and talk. Would you like something to drink? She doesn't answer me, but she turns and walks into the living room, slumping down on one of my couches. I see you've chosen the green one. Very calming. It's my favorite, I say. She immediately jumps up, moving over to the other couch. Ah, the black one. Very sleek and sexy. It's great for all type of activities, I comment with a smirk. She rolls her eyes. Okay, apparently I can't win. You've already won, but you don't realize it, I reply, grabbing a couple of crystal glasses and a bottle of sparkling water from the minibar. It doesn't feel like I've won. I just got shot at, and now you've kidnapped me. What's this all about anyway? I know there's something going on. I don't think me coming here for a job was a coincidence, especially since you're so keen on keeping me here. I sigh as I carry the glasses over and place them on the marble table beside her couch. I haven't kidnapped you, darling. I saved you, and the reason I'm not letting you go is because I value your well-being. You'd die out there, unfortunately. You wouldn't even have time to go to the police for help. You could have called them now, but you didn't, she grumbles, pulling her feet up onto the couch and hugging her knees. They're pests, unfortunately. They'd ruin everything if they were called, like cockroaches infesting an old house. They might be pests to you, but I'm sure they'd help me, she replies, her voice filled with spite. I laugh at how confident she is, but it's actually a little sad to hear. She's going to be facing a new life from now on, and she'll likely never be safe again. Someone will always be after her, especially once we steal this mummy and bring it back to the United States. But it's my fault, so I take full responsibility for her. I must protect her, but in order to allow me to help her, I must explain the truth. More blood oaths, I'm afraid.
Chapter 15. Nina. This wasn't the way I wanted it to be, Sasha says as he pulls a dagger out from behind his back. I gasp, jumping back on the couch and almost falling over the back of it. Relax, darling. I'm not going to kill you. I just need you to take an oath for me before I explain what's happening, he says as he takes a careful step toward me. Get away from me. I don't want to know anything. I just want to leave. You can't, he replies, his voice deathly calm. It's too late to turn back. Hold out your hand and swear you won't tell anyone what I'm about to say. I won't say anything, I blurt, shaking my head so hard my brain hurts. You don't have to cut me. Unfortunately, I do, he replies, grabbing my hand so fast I don't even have the slightest hope of pulling away in time. He drags the blade across my palm, and I feel a sickening sting as it slices through my skin. Do you swear on your life and your God to keep what is said here private? Sasha asks, his voice deep and gritty. Yes, I say, my voice so high and tight it comes out as a whisper. Then it's done, he says, releasing my hand. I didn't cut you very deep. It should stop bleeding in a moment. I look down at my palm, at the blood pooling in the long cut down the natural groove in my flesh. My heart hammers so hard in my chest at the sight of blood that I nearly faint, but I stay strong. I don't want to lose consciousness when faced with a monster. My eyes drift up at Sasha as I curl my fingers closed. You have a lot of explaining to do. I certainly do, he replies coolly, placing the dagger on the table and pouring a glass of sparkling water. He holds it out to me, but I refuse. Very well, he says, taking a sip. How shall I begin? You begin by telling me why you're keeping my captive, I say firmly. Right, he says softly, sitting down on the couch beside me. I scoot a few extra inches away from him. I don't trust him after everything he's done to me. I hate him, and I want this to be over, but for now, I'm trapped. I have to listen to his insanity and pray that there's a glimmer of sense in it all. Sasha leans in to compensate for the inches I put between us. The smell of his cologne confuses my senses because it's so good. I should be terrified of him, but like the devil he is, he's able to trick me into feeling excited that he's so close to me. There's money involved. I guess that makes everything a little easier for you to understand, he begins, his voice low and throaty. It's always about money with you, isn't it? I ask dryly. He shrugs. Cash rules everything around me. Cute. He laughs. Sometimes a little too much for other people to handle, especially women. It's the double-edged sword that always ends up getting me in trouble. You don't have to worry about me, I reply, pursing my lips. I wasn't interested in you like that to begin with. A cocky smirk pulls up his lips, and I know he sees right through my claim. You're resilient, Nina, but also a terrible liar. I know you're attracted to me. I turn my nose up at him, not in the least. He grins, flashing a set of pearly white teeth. His canines are particularly sharp, sending a little shiver of excitement through me. I'm guilty of imagining what they would feel like sunk into the side of my neck. You'll come around, I'm sure, he says, swirling the water in his glass like wine before finishing it. But as I was saying, I guided you to my club for a reason. I knew who you were before you ever touched down in the United States, but your arrival in New York was a stroke of luck. Why? I mean, why me and not literally any other woman? I ask. You're special, or rather, your father was special, he replies. I hold up my finger as a warning. Don't you dare say anything crass about my dad. He was a good man, unlike yourself. I believe he was brilliant, Sasha replies calmly. So don't get your little panties in a twist. I roll my eyes at his choice of words, but I'll admit I'm interested in hearing more about what he has to say. Did you know my father? I ask. No, but I do know that he was well versed in all matters related to ancient Egypt. A jolt of realization hits me, and my jaw drops. Sasha looks into my eyes and nods slowly. Yes, Nina, this is about what he knew, and what I also believe you know. Can you guess what that is? A deep sense of dread washes over me, and it makes me forget all about the filthy things Sasha could do to me. All I can imagine now is the research my father was doing before his trip to Egypt 5 years ago. He was so happy then, so full of excitement and hope. He was so sure that he had figured out where the fabled Queen Nefertiti was hidden after she died. It was all he could talk about for weeks leading up to his excursion, and I thought he was going to be famous for finding her. I shake my head, tears threatening to overflow from my eyes. My father died looking for that stupid mummy. He was murdered, Sasha states flatly. I look up at him, wiping the tears from my eyes with the back of my hand. How do you know that? Did you kill him? Sasha seems to realize I'm upset and places a gentle hand on my thigh. I wouldn't dream of killing the man who brought you into this world, darling. I might be able to find out who did and bring them to justice, though. Why bother if you won't even call the police? I ask. He shifts his weight on the couch, putting down his glass and leaning closer. I can feel the heat from his body, the radiating warmth like that of a lion. There's power in the way his body moves, too, like he could kill a person with very little effort. My mind drifts to forbidden places. What could those large hands do to me? On my hips? Around my waist? Pressed hard against my throat? I shudder, and Sasha leans back again, looking me over. Do you really think I'm such a terrible person? I already told you that this is about money. I have no interest in getting the police involved, mostly because they would ruin any chance I have to earn a living. We're better off without them. If you know who killed my father, we should tell them. I insist, even though I know he's not going to agree. Sasha clicks his tongue. I told you I don't know who did it, but we can find out. I just need a little something from you. What? I ask, my voice catching in my throat. Coordinates, mainly. I frown. I don't think I can help you with that. You can, and you will. In return, I will find out who killed your father and bring them to justice, he replies. All I need is the coordinates to Queen Nefertiti's tomb. A laugh sips from my mouth before I can stop it. Are you kidding me? This can't all be about a mummy. It is, but not for me. I have a client that wants the mummy more than anything in the world, Sasha replies. It's for his collection, and I've promised to find it for him. Tell him to find a different mummy. Like I said, I doubt this one even exists. If my father couldn't find it, nobody can. I believe your father did find it, Sasha says, his voice growing harsher. You're going to tell me where he went, and I'm going to retrieve it. In doing so, I'm sure I'll discover who killed your father because I'm fairly certain it's the same people who tried to kill us today." "All this over a mummy?" I ask. "How does that make sense?" "Hell if I know, but what I do know is that we need the mummy. That's not up for debate, and I need your help finding it." His response is firm and unwavering, but it doesn't do much to enlighten me. In fact, it only succeeds in making me more confused. I clasp my hands together, letting my feet dangle off the couch as I lean forward. "Listen, Sasha, I know this is important to you, but chasing after that mummy got my father killed. For that alone, I'm going to have to sit this one out." "You will be sitting it out after you've given me the coordinates," he replies, his mouth twitching up into a smile. "I don't have any coordinates," I say with a groan. "Why the hell do you think I'd have coordinates to a tomb that nobody has ever found?" "Your father had them," he says, remaining strikingly calm. He picks up his glass from the table and pours more water into it, taking a sip. "Are you sure you aren't thirsty?" "I'm fine," I lie. "I just want to go home, but unfortunately, I don't have one anymore." "Perfect," he quips. "You can come on my adventure with me, if you'd like. Once I know where we're going, we'll get you packed up and ready to see what Egypt has to offer." I consider his proposition, rolling my tongue under my lips as I think. I've not been truthful with him about the tomb of Queen Nefertiti. I have a vague understanding of where it might be and how to find it, according to my father's research, but I feel like I'm betraying him by letting a stranger into such a sacred place. On the other hand, my life is in danger and Sasha is the only person who can protect me. He's already proven that he's capable of that, and I have nowhere else to go if he decides to ditch me and pursue the mummy on his own. I need him just as much as he needs me. I close my eyes for a few seconds, considering what could happen along the way and everything that could go wrong if I agree to help Sasha. There's 1,000,001 reasons to say no to him, to turn away and forget about all this. But there's also one thing on the other side of the scale, something that weighs more than all the hardships and dangers combined. I want to know what happened to my dad, and there's a little part of me that's excited to know if Queen Nefertiti's mummy is where he believed it to be. I open my eyes, meeting Sasha's with great intensity. "I'll do it," I say.
Chapter 16. Sasha. There's been a change of plans, I say to Yegor as I hurl a stack of haphazardly folded clothes into my suitcase. "We're going to Egypt." "What about the meeting?" he asks. "Already gathered everyone downstairs for it." "You can hold the meeting when we get back, and everyone gets $1,000,000 for their trouble," I reply cheerfully. Yegor's worried expression melts from his tired face. "So, you found out where the—" He looks over at Nina, who is standing in the hallway, looking at the paintings as she waits for me to finish packing. "Don't worry about her. She's sworn in," I tell him, pointing at his bandaged hand. "She took it better than you did, actually." He shakes his head. "I doubt that very much, but I'm glad she's sworn in. I was getting tired of making up excuses for why she couldn't leave." "You need to lighten up," I say, pausing my packing to punch him in the thigh. "You're coming with me, by the way. I need you to organize a team to handle the club while we're away, and I want you to meet me in Egypt in a couple of days." "It's hot," he mutters. "Do you even know where you're going?" I laugh. Not in the slightest, but Nina does. She's the keeper of the secrets, it seems, so don't piss her off. He raises a bushy eyebrow. "You're telling me you don't know where the mummy is?" "Not a clue, but like I said, she does. She's going to take us there." "You can't just get her to tell us and then leave her here. She's a huge liability," he says, lowering his voice to a whisper. He glances at the doorway, but Nina is no longer in the hall. This could get us into serious trouble. "You're scared she's going to go crying to the authorities when we get there?" I ask, feeling a slight edge of doubt that I shove down almost immediately. "I mean, she has just as much to lose as we do." "Like what?" "Her life, for one," I reply, grabbing a pair of sneakers from the closet. I never wear them, but I doubt running around in leather dress shoes is going to work out for me when we're exploring sandy ruins. "She doesn't seem terribly afraid," Yegor says, looking toward the doorway again. She's good at hiding it, but she was terrified earlier when we were shot at. She knows I'm her only hope of getting out of this alive, so she's not going to do anything silly. Just relax and let me handle her. You are good at handling the ladies, he replies with a smirk. There's that sense of humor. I was beginning to think you were a robot, I say, standing up with my packed suitcase. I thump him in the chest. Let's get the hell out of here. I'll give you a call when I land in Egypt. You sure you want to go through with this? He asks. I brush past him out the door. Positive. Nina is idling at the end of the hallway, her slender arms wrapped around herself like she's trying to hide from the world. I hate seeing her so shy and afraid. A woman like her deserves to explore the world, to be bold and enjoy her youth, not be locked up in a house, scared of everyone and everything around her. I put on a smile as I approach her, holding up my suitcase. All packed. Let's go downstairs and get your stuff. She nods, but there's hesitation in her eyes. I look over my shoulder to check that Yegor isn't watching, and then I kneel in front of Nina. I tilt her chin up with my finger, looking deep into her beautiful brown eyes. I'm going to protect you, darling. You won't get hurt. Her body trembles, but I can see that she's trying hard to appear like it doesn't bother her. I'll be fine. It's a lot to take in. I never thought I'd be continuing the work my dad started. He'd be proud, I reply. She laughs through her nose. No, I don't think he would be. What man wants his daughter to run off with a Russian Mafia boss? Hey, how did you know I was in the Mafia? I ask, pretending to be surprised. She cocks her head to the side. Come on, she groans. It's obvious. You think I wouldn't be able to tell that your business here is illegal? You've broken a dozen laws just today, and that's not even mentioning the building codes you've violated. Clever, I mutter as I stand up. Maybe too much for your own good, but that's why I won't be letting you out of my sight. You're to stay with me for the entire trip, no matter where we are. Not in the bathroom, I hope. The bathroom, the bedroom. Everywhere, I say, my voice deepening as I realize how close we're going to be on this trip. I know it's not right to get distracted by her, but even now, when her bottom lip quivers and her eyes shimmer as she looks up at me, I want to have her. No, I need to have her. And I will have her in due time. Nina opens her pretty mouth, and her words come out in a barely audible whisper. I don't think it's safe to be that close to you. Are you afraid of what I'll do? I ask softly. She bites her bottom lip. No, Sasha. I'm afraid of what I will do. Her words hit me like 1,000 burning fireballs, lighting something deep inside me that I didn't even know existed. 1,000 years of ice that previously wrapped my heart in an unbreakable shell is melted away, revealing an emotion I thought was impossible for a man as weathered and tainted as me to feel. I won't hurt you, I say, and it sounds so stupid coming out of my mouth. I've been at this wicked game for far too long, if the only thing I can think to say is that I won't hurt her. Any man with an ounce of romantic skill would say something different. Not what he wouldn't do, but what he might do, what he wishes he could do, how he would please the woman of his dreams in every way she could possibly want. But I'm not that man. I'm hardly even a man at all, in fact. I'm a beast, and I'm forever cursed to scare women out of my life, just as soon as they're done using me for my money. Nina is no different. Even though she does something to me that no woman has ever succeeded in doing, she doesn't feel the same for me. She's merely attracted to my power and wealth, and she'll be gone like the wind once our time together is finished. But until then, I'll be exploring every inch of her under the hot desert sun.
Chapter 17. Nina. I can hardly believe that I went from homeless to working behind a bar for far more than I'm qualified to make, to flying to Egypt with a mafia boss to look for the same mummy my father was searching for when he was killed. 5 years, I wanted to make the trip with him, but he acted like it was something he had to do on his own. Maybe he knew it was dangerous and wanted to protect me, but now I'll never know. What I do know is that Queen Nefertiti exists and is hidden in a tomb that everyone suspected she was in years ago. They just weren't looking in the right place, and my father figured that out years before anyone else. It's so painfully obvious once you know that it seems impossible that it could be overlooked, but that's what's so clever about it. Nobody is going to look there because nobody would think to look there. I do wonder why Queen Nefertiti was placed where she was, but that's something we might discover when we find her. Maybe there's a ton of hidden treasure alongside her body, as she was royalty. Maybe her secret location was to prevent thieves from finding her and stealing the wealth she was supposed to take with her to the afterlife. My father had many theories, but he was mostly excited to prove once and for all to the world that her mummy was still intact. There are plenty of people who don't believe she'll ever be found, but as Sasha and I step off the plane in Luxor, I have a feeling we're going to strike gold on this trip. The air feels like a hairdryer hitting my face once we're outside, and I feel an immediate prickle of sweat on my forehead. Sasha slips his hand over mine, squeezing it lightly to reassure me. A car is picking us up and taking us to the hotel. You'll like this place. It has everything you could dream of inside, he explains. It feels weird to be by Sasha's side in a foreign country. He's the only person who cares about me here, but I barely know him. In the week that I've worked for him, all I can say is that he's immensely powerful, handsome, and he doesn't take no for an answer. I probably shouldn't have admitted anything to him before we left on this trip, because now there's an assumption hanging over my head like a cloud threatening to dissolve into rain. And I won't be the only one getting wet if that happens. Sasha holds my hand the entire way to the car, his skin soft against mine despite the calluses on his palm. He's gentle with me in ways I never expected him to be, especially since he let me in on what his master plan really was. The blood oath I took was the worst part of it, but after that he's been a total sweetheart. He even bought me a rose at the airport before we left, telling me it was better if I pretended to be his girlfriend on the trip, so that nobody would bother me. I didn't agree, but I still feel like I am his girlfriend. Maybe even his wife, by the way he's treating me, which puts an odd sort of swirl in my stomach, confusing emotions that I should find a way to get rid of before they ruin my life. The heat makes them worse somehow, amplifying the warmth in my belly as Sasha lets go of my hand and slips his arm around my waist. Our car is arriving, he says, leaning into my ear to speak. His voice is deep and smooth, laced with promises of what things could be if I melted in his arms and surrendered to his toxic charm. My entire body is tingling, but I fight the feeling as I look up into his striking green eyes. They're even more vibrant in the bright sun, shining with 1,000 subtle hues, more than I thought possible. The crackle of sand under heavy tires draws my attention away from him, and I notice a large white sedan rolling toward us down the sun-bleached road. It's so big that it almost looks like a van, but it only has 4 doors. It's just huge. Sasha guides me to the car, his eyes scanning the space around us for danger. I feel like he's constantly vigilant, never taking a break for even the smallest moment. It must be exhausting, but I'm grateful he's doing it so that I don't have to. He opens the door for me, and it swings open with a heaviness not felt by regular cars. This one must be armored. After you, darling, he says, placing both hands on my waist and lifting me up into the car. It's not necessary, and it's obvious he's looking for excuses to touch me, but I allow it. None of this feels real, so my actions and the subsequent consequences don't feel real either. What happens in Egypt stays in Egypt. Unless you're a mummy, and then unfortunately you have to come back to the United States with us. I slide into a smooth white leather seat, the air so cold inside that it gives me goosebumps. I rub my arms as Sasha sits down next to me, his head brushing against the roof of the car, despite how high it is. I grab his thick bicep, moving myself closer to him to steal the warmth from his body. I can feel the sweat soaked into his crisp cotton shirt, but I'm not bothered by it. In fact, I find myself drawn to it, putting the tips of my fingers into the dampness just to see what it feels like on my skin. He doesn't notice, or he pretends not to. At this point, it's the same thing. We're dancing around each other in an obvious game of who will make the first real move. The closer we get the hotel, the sooner one of us makes the defining move. Sasha is quiet for the drive, but there's a noticeable stiffness to his body as I hold his arm. He's unable to relax, which I find a little funny considering how hard he was coming on to me when I first arrived at his doorstep. Now, when he's faced with a woman who is actually showing interest in him, he's all tense and unable to say a word. It's honestly a little cute. We drive into town, arriving at a large building with a gate separating it from the outside. It's like night and day when we enter, the sandy road transforming into lush green grass, flower bushes and glistening bodies of blue water decorating the path to the hotel. Wow, this is like something out of a dream, I say, pressing my face against the window. It doesn't feel real. It's the best hotel you can stay at in this city, Sasha boasts. Anything you want here is yours. He snaps his finger. No questions asked. I laugh, looking back at him. Surely not anything. Anything, he insists. Go ahead and ask for something when we check in. It will be brought to the room. I smirk, already thinking of ways to prove him wrong. What if it's too big? Then it will be brought to the lobby instead, he replies without the slightest hint of doubt. It's like he really believes we can get anything here, no matter the cost or difficulty in acquiring it. Okay, so I want my own pool. I don't want to swim with other people. Already done. There's one on the rooftop that I've booked for us, he replies. I laugh. No way. I'm completely serious, he says as the doors to the car are opened for us by two men in white suits. I step out with him, walking as close to him as possible without tripping over his large feet. Even with a pool, I don't have a bathing suit. I suppose I could snap my fingers and have one though, I say, holding up my hand like I'm about to snap. He grabs my fingers, squeezing them tight. You don't need a bathing suit, darling. The pool is private for a reason. He lets go, and I feel a dull throb between my legs, a pulsating need to get to the pool straight away and find out what he means by me not needing a bathing suit. I follow Sasha closely, keeping his arm in my hands as he enters the hotel lobby with two suited guards by either side of us. I'm struck by how beautiful and expansive it is inside. The space is bathed in the warm glow of crystal chandeliers that hang like celestial bodies from the ceilings. The floor is a seamless expanse of pristine white marble, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the elegant, tastefully arranged furnishings like there are twice as many present. Lush, exotic plants are strategically placed around the room, adding a touch of life to the marble and gold palette. The walls are adorned with large, ornate mirrors and exquisite pieces of art, all taken from ancient Egypt ruins. At the far end, a grand staircase crafted from the same immaculate marble rises majestically, its banisters carved from the same block of marble that the steps are made from, like it grew organically from the stone. I take a deep breath, smelling a subtle but refreshing blend of jasmine and sandalwood. It's crisp and warm, but not overwhelming. I feel at ease and excited at the same time. I've never experienced such luxury before. Sasha leads me to the reception desk, which is carved from the same marble as the floor, inlaid with gold and polished to such a perfect shine that I see the details of my face as I look down at it. My hair is a mess, blown by the wind and not maintained since we left the club a full day ago. I'm equally messy, but I don't feel bad. A quick shower and a cup of tea should put me right back to my usual self. Sasha says something to the receptionist, but I can't hear him over the sound of my own heart beating with anticipation. I know we're on a business trip, one that's particularly dangerous, but it feels like a vacation. Is there anything you need before we head to our room? Sasha asks me, holding up the keycard he just got from the receptionist. A hot tea would be lovely. Sasha nods at the receptionist. Bring it up to the room in an hour. I'm a bit confused as he pulls me away from the front desk toward the marble staircase. In an hour? I ask, looking up at him. A smile creeps onto his chiseled jaw, and he winks at me. Trust me, darling. You'll be thirsty later.
The following scenes are far too steamy for YouTube. For the unedited version, please click the link in the description or go to bellakingbooks.com. Thank you. Chapter 20. Sasha. I shouldn't have done that. I should have left Nina alone and used her for what she knew, not how good her body felt against mine. Now I have the possibility of her getting pregnant weighing on my mind. But that's not the worst of it. The emotions, they're almost too much to bear at this point. I want to spill my heart out to her, gushing like a teenager about how obsessed I am with every inch of her body and soul. The way she laughs makes me warm inside, and the smell of her hair as she lies on my chest after we make love is to die for. I want to forget about this trip, but we're on a much bigger mission than making money. Now that our new enemies have decided they want us dead, simply backing out and declining my client's $3 billion offer isn't enough. Seeing this through is the only thing that's going to get us out alive. If we fail to tie up even the smallest loose end on our way out of Egypt, we would be setting ourselves up for disaster later on. Nina doesn't realize how dangerous this is, but I do, and it's my duty to protect her. I want her to understand that she needs to be vigilant, but that relying on me is ultimately her best option. When things get dodgy, I'm the only one who will be able to save her. It would be easier if you gave me the address, I say to Nina as she gets dressed for our first day out. We've been holed up in the hotel for an entire week, making sure nobody came here after us before we venture out into the desert heat. Once out, it's not going to be as easy to stay safe as it is in New York. There, I could have brought together a formidable security force to move around with us, but here, that would only draw unwanted attention from the authorities. As far as anyone should be concerned, we're just a couple of tourists taking pictures of historical sites and ogling at the divine precision of ancient Egyptian architecture. Nina stuffs a bottle of water into a black nylon bag and slings it across her chest. We're only surveying the site today. You'll know where it is when we get there, but we're probably going to need some advanced equipment if we want to figure out where Queen Nefertiti is hiding. First-class tickets. And now this, I say, wearing a big grin on my face as I slap my palm into my forehead, so she knows I'm joking. She tilts her head to the side and gives me a slightly annoyed look. You should also be paying me for this. I'm doing you a huge favor. Is the hotel not enough? I ask, gesturing around the immaculate room. She shakes her head. I'm expensive. Oh, well, maybe this will settle the score, I say, reaching into my back pocket and pulling out my wallet. I slide a black metal card out, handing it to her. No limits, darling. Spend whatever you want. She takes it, almost dropping it from the weight of the metal. Flipping it over in her hand a few times, a frown tightens her pretty features. She looks up at me again. Are you serious? More than serious, darling, I reply, tucking my wallet back into my linen pants. Just don't try to use that with the street vendors. Cash is king for them. We could buy equipment with this, she says, holding it in her hand like it might leap away like a frog. Scanners, precision tools, all sorts of things that would help. Anything for the trip and anything for you. A smile flickers on her lips, like she's won a secret battle, and then she tucks the card into her nylon bag with her water. We'll use this later, she says, straightening up. Are you ready? I'm ready when you are. Lead the way, I say, slipping my feet into a comfy pair of sneakers. I feel like a dad, which is funny because I might actually become one after how many times I unloaded in Nina without a condom. I push the thought out of my head as I follow Nina to the door, but my eyes can't help but wander to her beautiful rear, admiring the swing of her hips as she walks away. I slow my pace so that I'm a few feet behind her as we leave the room, greedy to watch the flow of her perfect body as she moves toward the elevator. She's admitted to me already that she's self-conscious about her curves, but I find them delightful. The more I'm able to squeeze and hold, the happier I'm going to be. Some women don't understand that, but I'm willing to take the time to prove it to Nina. I want her to be curvy, and secretly, deep inside me, I know that if she did get pregnant, she'd be even more attractive. More curves, more Nina, and more to love. Again, I have to push the thought from my head. It's dangerous to think this way, to get too obsessed with the idea of knocking her up. I'll become even more reckless, and then there will be no way to stop me. Because once I get fixated on something, I always get it. The universe works that way for me. There are going to be other people there, so I hope you're comfortable with that, Nina says as we reach the elevator. It's a well-known location, actually, so there's a good chance that... Hey, are you listening? I tear my eyes off her ass and look into her eyes, guilt seeping from every pore in my body as the elevator doors roll open. I clear my throat, stepping past her inside. Oh yes, of course. Okay, so then what did I say? We're going to the place. She laughs. Okay, now I know you weren't really listening. I was saying that there are going to be other people there. tourists and such. We'll blend in better, I reply as I press the star button for the ground floor. Good point, she says. But I'm also worried about unwanted company. Our enemies. Exactly. Iego arrived a few days ago, and he has been doing sweeps through the city with a few others, making sure we're not compromised. As far as we know, nobody followed us here, I explain. That doesn't mean it's safe, especially not once we start nosing around near the potential burial site, but I doubt anyone is going to attack us in the street. Nina's gives me a look of admiration. You're not too bad, you know. I was doubtful of your abilities when I flew here with you, but so far you've proved me wrong. Never doubt a bratva boss, darling, I say, slipping my hand around her waist and pulling her toward me. I lay a kiss on her pouty lips, inhaling her sweet scent and wishing I could throw her over my shoulder and take her back to the bedroom. One last time. I'd trade the world for it, but it would still not be enough. We break from the kiss as the elevator doors roll open to the lobby. My sneakers squeak on the polished marble floor, and I take my last few breaths of the crisp, cold, purified air. I'm more comfortable in the cold. It reminds me of my home in Russia. Nina is the opposite, though. The moment we step outside into the dry heat, she smiles and throws her arms up in the air, spinning around. It feels so good to be outside, she says. The rooftop pool was outside, but I don't bring it up. I know she's just glad not to be cooped up in the hotel, no matter how nice it is. A girl like Nina needs freedom and adventure, and she's about to get it.
Chapter 21. Nina. I whisper the address to the driver, not wanting Sasha to know where we're going. I'm sure he'll figure it out once we're there, but I'd rather get the chance to take a look at the site before I risk having him keep me at the hotel and take over the mission himself. I don't trust Sasha. I'm crazy about the way he makes me feel, but I just don't trust him. It's sad, really. I thought that when I finally met the man of my dreams, the one who could do magical things to my body and have me screaming his name all night long, I'd be able to pour my heart out to him. But that takes a level of confidence I don't have. I've tried my best to keep my distance emotionally, but when our bodies are glued together all day and night, the heart follows quickly. I feel like he might feel the same about me, but that's only a suspicion, and it doesn't mean I can trust him. If I know one thing about powerful men, it's that they can feel one thing and do another thing entirely, betraying you whenever it serves their ultimate goal. And I know what Sasha's goal is. He wants to find Queen Nefertiti's mummy and bring it to his client in the United States. It has nothing to do with protecting me or having a future together. As far as I know, when all this is over, I'm getting a bullet lodged in the back of my head. I shudder to think that the man I'm falling in love with could be so cruel. Even so, I hold his hand in the car as we drive to the tomb of Tutankhamun. That's where my father believed that the queen was hidden, even though initial scans indicated that there were no hidden chambers. Those scans weren't looking for what we're interested in, though. They didn't go deep enough, nor were they looking in the correct place. If I could just get a look at the architecture inside the tomb, I might be able to confirm the location we need to scan in order to see if there's anything to discover. My heart beats faster at the thought of such a colossal discovery, but we'll never be able to share it with the world. It's a secret, like the initiates of the flame that my father often spoke about, the mysterious individuals who carried the torch of divine wisdom throughout history. My father was one. I'm certain of it, and that's probably why he was killed. He knew too much, and they couldn't let him bring it to the public. Whoever they are remains a mystery, one we might never know, despite Sasha's claims that he will uncover the truth. The only truth I'm certain we'll be uncovering is the mystery of Queen Nefertiti. Either she exists where I think she does, or she doesn't. The evidence will point us in the right direction today. It's still morning, but the sun is blazing hot when we arrive, and there aren't many tourists since it's the middle of the week. I'm thankful for that, because the evidence I'm looking for will be on the ground, and I'd rather not get my fingers stepped on by some careless tourist while I'm searching for it. The tomb of Tutankhamun, Sasha mutters as we walk up to the ticket booth. It's odd that such an incredible historical site is guarded by a lonely ticket booth, selling tours to tourists who could never comprehend the full importance of such a location. Many people think that such places are merely religious burial grounds, but the truth is so much deeper than that. I could get into the significance of the geometry here, but I think Sasha would rather hear about mummies than using math to amplify the metaphysical power of the sun. Sasha purchases 2 tickets, declining a guided tour from the man in the booth. Sasha speaks a little broken Arabic to him, which surprises me. I know some from my dad, who knew just about everything about Egypt, including their languages, past and present. "Where did you learn that?" I ask as we continue through the entrance into the outdoor portion of the site. "Learn what?" "Arabic?" I nod. Sasha shrugs. "You pick things up when you travel a lot. I speak about a dozen languages, but Russian is my best one. English is a close second, since I use it all the time." "That's impressive," I say with palpable appreciation. "It helps with business. Connecting with clients is easier when you speak their language." "I suppose you don't get rich by being an idiot, but I'm still surprised by how intelligent Sasha is. How can one man have everything? He's handsome, fit, smart, rich, and good in bed. He probably doesn't even realize how lucky he is. He probably thinks it's normal to be like this." After walking quickly through the initial stone decorations outside, we enter the tomb. The stone walls cause the temperature to drop rapidly, providing relief from the oppressive heat outside. Sasha walks ahead of me, his eyes scanning the other people inside, watching for threats. I follow closely behind, trying to focus on the task at hand. The mission is clear, but my mind keeps drifting back to Sasha. His presence is distracting, and even here, in the heart of an ancient tomb, I can't stop thinking about how much I'm going to miss this when it's over. My eyes dance back and forth between Sasha's broad back in a white t-shirt and the complex hieroglyphics on the walls. Centuries ago, these would be colorful, but they've been worn down over time, barely visible and faded to the point of it all looking the same dull tan color. Ancient Egypt wasn't like that, though. It was vibrant and full of energy. Next to the Nile, life flourished, and the power of the pharaohs over the land created an environment for vast spiritual development. It's a pity so much of it was lost. Hopefully we can uncover some remnants of it today. As we descend deeper into the tomb, the air grows cooler and the walls close in. It's almost claustrophobic, but exhilarating at the same time. I keep my eyes on the ground, looking for the signs my father told me about. Subtle markers that would indicate a path to a hidden chamber, possibly leading to the resting place of Queen Nefertiti. A scarab beetle would mark the spot. At one point, it would have been a brilliant gold color, obvious amongst the noise of the other hieroglyphics, but today it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. As I squat down to examine a particularly worn patch of floor, tracing my fingers over the cool, rough stone, Sasha's voice breaks through my concentration. "What exactly are you looking for, Nina?" I hesitate, considering how much I should tell him. I don't want him to be able to do this without me. "A symbol," I mutter, my eyes still scanning the ground. "A scarab beetle. That will give us a clue as to where to look." Sasha walks over to me, crouching down so close that his shoulder brushes against mine. His proximity sends a shiver down my spine, but it's one I've grown to adore. It's the tingly sort that relaxes you from the inside out. There are other people here, but too few and far between to bother us. We're effectively alone, crouched together on the smooth stone floor, exploring faded symbols in the hopes that we will find the elusive scarab beetle. Minutes tick by heavy and slow, until Sasha suddenly stops. He points at something on the ground, his finger trembling slightly. "Is that it?" I look where he's pointing and my heart leaps. There, almost hidden in the shadow of an overhanging relief, is a small, dulled symbol of a scarab. It's barely discernible, the gold long faded to a dusty ochre, but unmistakably the marker we've been searching for. I jump to my feet, my heart pounding so hard in my chest that it hurts. Yes, that's it. I clamp my hand over my mouth, realizing I'm being too loud. I lower my voice to a harsh whisper. "That's the one. I'm certain of it." Sasha's hand settles on my shoulder. "So what now?" he asks, his voice a low grumble in the quiet of the tomb. I look around the tomb, trying to figure out where we are. It's not very big, but there are several chambers that usually draw a lot of interest. The one we're in is the least interesting, but that's why it's also the most likely place for our queen to be hidden. We need to scan this room, I say, pointing toward the beetle on the floor. This is potentially a marker for the stone that covers the way into the hidden chamber. It's underneath the floor, possibly very far down. Sasha sighs, planting his hands on his hips. I don't see how we're going to be able to get to it. I mean, even if we have scans, this is an important historical site. Any damage will be noticed immediately. You wanted a mummy, so I found her, I reply, pursing my lips. Whatever you do next is up to you. All I know is that you'd better scan underneath the floor before you take any drastic measures. I could be wrong about the location. He thinks for a second, sweat dripping down the tip of his nose as a vein pulses in his forehead. I believe he knows what to do, but he's nervous about executing on the plan. Doing so could draw serious attention from the Egyptian authorities if someone notices. He looks at me, his green eyes alight with determination. All right, we'll come back later when we have the equipment. Together, I add quickly. We do it together, right? Right, he says softly, taking my hand. I'm not going to leave you behind, Nina. I promise you that.
Chapter 22. Sasha. I meet up with Yegor a few days after our little trip to arrange the pickup of the scanning equipment that Nina needs. The problem is that it's an advanced 3D laser scanner that costs upward of $100,000. Money isn't the issue, but you can't just walk into a store and walk out the same day with something that's specific. You have to place an order, wait for it to arrive, and cut a huge check in a foreign country. Not only that, but I have to pay off the shop to make sure they don't report our activities to anyone. It's a delicate dance, but if we pull it off, we're going to be rich beyond anything we've ever had before. That's the funny thing about making money, at least for me. No matter how much I make, it never feels like enough. If I buy a supercar, all I can see is how it could be better, faster, or simply more expensive. The amount I'm willing to pay for anything goes up with my income, and it's never gotten to the point where I've been satisfied. Here I am, sweating bullets in Egypt, chasing a mummy that might not even exist for a chance to have $3 billion I don't need. I must be crazy, but then again, that's probably the reason why I'm rich in the first place. Normal people don't think like I do. And normal people have reasons beyond money to continue living. I don't, unfortunately. Everything I've ever loved was taken from me by the cruelty of the world. My mother abandoned us when I was 3. My father died when I was 16. My sister passed along only 5 years later. Drugs took her sweet soul. I think she was the only woman I ever really cared for, and look what life did to her. I use that suffering as an excuse to be bitter, to push people out of my life who care about me. I just don't believe anyone can care for you like family does, and my own mother didn't even love me enough to stay. What does that say about everyone else? Despite the pain, I have succeeded, and I will continue to persevere. That's what I was made to do, carved out of the hardest of stone and tossed into a blizzard of sand and the prickly desert heat. The promise of unimaginable wealth is a mirage on the horizon, perhaps only an illusion, and I begin to wonder if there's more to this hunt than the money. Maybe it's about proving something to myself. One more step up an endless ladder just to say that I did it. Or maybe I just want to see Nina do something incredible, for her to experience the excitement firsthand, to share something with someone special. I hesitate to get so attached, but I can't help but fall for the sparkle in her eyes when she lies beneath me in bed. Her adoration is like a drug. I guess addiction runs in my family. As Yegor and I plot our next move in an open cafe, under the lazy swirls of cigar smoke, I realize that I can't stop thinking about Nina. I feel like the scanner we're about to buy is more about giving her the means to carry out her passion and continue her father's work than my precious money. It's confusing, to say the least. Yegor takes a sip of his black coffee, sweat beading on his upper lip. I located a shop about a 10-minute walk from here. It might be nice to get some fresh air and stretch our legs. I don't want to be out for long, I grumble. Yegor looks around, acting confused. Why not? I haven't seen anything alarming. Trust me, I've done an extensive sweep of this entire city. I sigh, shaking my head as I lift a cigar to my mouth. We aren't on their radar yet, but they'll come. I'm certain of it. Plus, I don't want to leave Nina alone for too long. Something akin to a smile dances over Yegor's mouth for the briefest of moments. I can tell that you like her. I'm obsessed, I reply, trying to play it off as a joke, but sounding a little too honest in the process. Yegor leaned back in his chair, eyeing me carefully. Obsession can be dangerous, especially for a man in your position. I wave a dismissive hand. I was only joking, but even still, I'm aware of the risks. I just want to keep an eye on her, take things as they come, and make sure she doesn't get hurt in the process. She's different than other people in this industry. She isn't tainted. He chuckles. Not tainted like you or me, but that will change. Does she even know about the things you've done? A bitter laugh escaped my lips. Of course not. No one truly knows what I've been through. Because you refuse to talk about it. Too risky, I say, taking a few puffs from my cigar. When you're standing on top of a mountain, every direction is a fatal fall to the ground. It's best to do nothing at all. Well, we're not doing nothing here, I hope, he grunts, taking another sip of his coffee. This heat had better be worth the trip. You can get ice in that, I say, gesturing to his cup. It's dirty. You should know better than to get ice anywhere but your own freezer, he replies, shaking his head. I'm not trying to get the runs in the middle of the desert. You'd die out here in a heartbeat without anything to rehydrate you. That's the least of my worries. You're worried about the wrong sorts of things, then. Nina will be fine. I can tell she likes you, and as long as you don't screw things up too bad, I think she'll stick around, he says, showing a surprising amount of thoughtfulness. Thank you, I reply, my words lost in another cloud of smoke. I always try to smoke away my worries, but it never works. They come back like I owe them money. You don't need to thank me. I've been in your position before, more or less, and I let the girl slip away. I think she's married to some prick who works in finance now, Yegor says, hints of bitterness in his voice. I never knew about this side of him. I always assumed he was like me, unwilling to settle down for fear of being used. What happened, if you don't mind me asking? He shrugs like it's nothing to him, but I can see the weight of his memories pulling his shoulders back down. She wanted more, but I wasn't willing to get too close. Eventually she left me, but by that time I had already fallen for her. You can't talk a girl out of leaving you, though. They don't buy it. No, I wouldn't expect them to, I say, a stir of regret in my chest. Have I already screwed things up with Nina? It hasn't been that long, but maybe she wants more from me that I'm not giving. Yegor finishes his coffee and stands up, letting out a deep sigh. All right, I think we'd better get to the shop. Not all these places have consistent hours. Right, I grunt, standing up with him. I put my cigar out and place a few Egyptian pounds on the table to pay for our coffees. Yegor walks out in front of me, checking the road for threats and waving at me to follow him. He's eager to get moving, which is good because I'm eager to get back to the hotel. I want to see Nina again. I hate being this long without her.
Chapter 23. Nina. I've spent the better part of today lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, and wondering when I will hear Sasha's heavy footsteps come into the room. He told me I was allowed to wander around the hotel, as long as I stayed indoors, but I didn't want to. It's not the same when you're alone. I was never one to be dependent on anyone, especially not after my father died. I had to learn how to take care of myself, and even though it wasn't easy, I got used to it to the point where I didn't even want to be with anyone. Once you're able to handle independence, giving it up always seems like the wrong thing to do. But it's like the universe is forcing my hand. I'm not totally dependent on Sasha, but it feels like my emotional state is entirely contingent on whether he's with me and in a good mood. If he's smoking a cigar and brooding in the corner, I'm unhappy. If he's away with Yegor, I'm bored out of my mind. My heart jumps into my throat every time I hear the slightest noise, but so far, it hasn't yielded any results. I'm stuck in this luxury hotel room that feels more like a velvet prison. Every silken curtain and plush cushion seems to mock my confinement. I know Sasha isn't going to be away forever, but minutes feel like hours when I'm alone. I wonder how I survived so many years by myself. I used to be so capable, so confident in my ability to survive without external stimulation. I could read for hours or just stare out the window and try to imagine how complex and unique everyone's life was outside. Now my mind is dull. Only love can ruin a woman like this. I wish it would ruin Sasha too, but he seems unaffected by it. I'm almost ready to curse his name for doing this to me when I hear those powerful footsteps coming toward the door. He walks with such confidence that there's no way it could be anyone else. I know Sasha when I hear him. I jump off the bed, pulling my silk robe around my waist right before the door flies open. My heart is already hammering in my chest, and I feel heat in my cheeks like I've done something I should feel guilty for. Sasha's sharp eyes find me instantly, scanning my body like he's trying to find something to hold against me. "What have you been doing?" he asks. I hold up my palms in a show of innocence. "I haven't been doing anything. I mean, I had some breakfast, but that's all." He raises an eyebrow at me. "Why is your face so red?" Him noticing it only makes my cheeks flush hotter. I turn away from him, hiding my face by looking down at my feet. "I was just waiting for you." I feel Sasha's presence behind me, its warm sandy air mixed with cigar smoke and coffee, embracing me even though he's not even touching my body. I hear the brush of fabric as he raises his hand, and I feel the warmth of his fingers through my thin silk robe as he lays it on my shoulder. "There's something we need to talk about," he says, his voice deep and assertive. More guilt bubbles up inside of me, even though I don't have anything to feel guilty about. I've been completely honest with Sasha so far, doing everything he's told me to do and helping him when he has asked. I even took him to Tutankhamun's tomb, which is the genuine resting place of Queen Nefertiti, as far as my father knew. I take a deep breath, finding the bravery to turn around and face him. I expect to see anger in his eyes, silent accusations of things I haven't even done, but that's a softness instead. It's so unexpected that I take a step back from him, studying his face to the point of making him uncomfortable. Now, that's certainly a change of pace. I've not seen him like this before. He frowns, shifting his posture so that he's towering over me again. He likes to be the one in control, but I'm starting to realize the power I have over him. I could take advantage of that, but I'd rather have him honestly. I don't want to use the only man I've ever felt this way about. "How about you start?" I suggest, trying to break the awkward silence that's fallen over us. He nods slowly, blinking several times as he tries to come up with the words to explain what's on his mind. I'm not sure where to begin, so I'll just come right out and say it. "I think we're getting really close." "Which was your intention from the beginning," I say, feeling slightly defensive. He shrugs, which annoys me more than it should. "You were all over me at the club if you don't recall," I say, my words considerably sharper now. "You wanted me in that little outfit so that you could ogle me all night long." His perfect lips curl up in a smile at the memory. "And you looked absolutely stunning. I couldn't wait to have you." "And now that you have me, you're denying that you planned it that way all along," I say, trying to make sense of him. Maybe he just doesn't understand what he's doing to me. Maybe this is his way of trying to figure out his emotions. I'm not confused about what we are, but he certainly appears to be. He looks at me, his gaze intense and unwavering, trying to decipher the emotions flashing across my face. "I won't deny that I wanted you," he admits, his voice softening. "But what I feel now is more complicated than desire." "It's deeper than that, Nina, much deeper." My heart skips a beat at his confession. For a moment, the weight of his stare feels too much, but then he steps closer, reducing the distance between us. The room feels smaller, charged with tension that buzzes in the air like raw electricity. I feel it on my skin, energizing me in an uncomfortable way. "You think you're the only one affected?" he continues, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. "You're under my skin, ingrained in my thoughts. It's unsettling, how much I find myself thinking about you. Today, when I was out with Yegor, I couldn't get you out of my head. It's driving me crazy." I swallow hard, my earlier defenses melting under his earnest words. "Sasha." He cuts me off, lifting a hand to gently touch my cheek. "I know this isn't simple. We come from different worlds and I have responsibilities that can't be ignored." His thumb brushes against my skin, sending shivers down my spine. but I want you to know, you're not just a tool for my business. You mean something to me, and I want to prove it to you. The vulnerability in his eyes is something I've never seen before. It's disarming and makes me want to believe him, to dive into the depths of whatever this is between us without looking back. But I also need to be careful, he mutters, almost to himself. Like I said, we're getting very close, and that could be dangerous if things go south. What are you suggesting? I ask, my voice caught in my throat and reduced to a whisper. I'm not sure, he admits. What do you think is best? I want to laugh. Sasha, you're the boss. I'm supposed to be following your command. You can't possibly be asking me what to do right now. But I am. I let out a deep sigh, but I realize that he's right. He's the one with all the experience making money and shooting guns. I'm the one who has to lead the way emotionally, even if it's not my strong suit. Maybe let's just see where things go, I say, struggling to look into his intense eyes. We can go on a real date instead of just stay inside and make love all day. He smiles, his pearly white teeth shining like stars. I like that you call it that. Making love. I'd like to make love to you, Nina. In fact, I'd love to make love to you. He leans in to kiss me, push my finger into his lips to stop him. Take me for a date first. He grabs my finger from his lips, pulling it away and kissing me deeply. I feel a surge of energy, lifting me up from the ground like I'm flying. I realize it's his hands, holding me up and kissing me with so much unspoken emotion that I'm stunned by it. As he puts me down, I want to collapse into the carpet, melting into the fibers and disappearing. How could anything be better than this? It's so good that I'm scared of what I'll do when it's over. I'll take you on a date, Sasha says, his voice deep and hoarse. But first, I want to do that thing you call making love, and I want you to be on top. The following scene is too spicy for YouTube. For the unedited version, please click the link in the description or go to bellakingbooks.com. Thank you.
Chapter 25. Sasha. Delivery of the scanning equipment is a week later than we anticipated, but that's given me plenty of time to explore my emotions with Nina. We're taking it slowly, learning more about each other and flirting without the power dynamic from before. I like it better this way. I didn't think I'd enjoy surrendering and meeting her on equal ground, but it's allowed us to open up to each other and exchange life experiences without the fear of being taken advantage of. We both have a lot to lose, after all. Even though my empire appears to be at the top of the list, it's actually my heart I'm most afraid to damage. I almost don't want to tell Nina that we're going to pick up the scanner today, but she'd be disappointed if I went without her. She's dying to get out, and as far as we know, the streets of Luxor are free from threats. I do find it odd that we haven't seen anyone in the time that we've been here. With the kind of intel they had to find Nina so quickly, I expected them to know we had arrived here, but perhaps I've just done a good job at laying low. Those days are over, though, I'm afraid. Once we get the scanner, we're going to have to do a temporary takeover of Tutankhamun's tomb, replacing the guards there with a few of our own men overnight, closing it for maintenance, and bringing the equipment in for the scans. It sounds simple enough, but replacing the current guards at the tomb will involve kidnapping the current ones. We can keep them in a secure location until we're done working, but people will know they're missing. The tomb will be the first place they look. By that time, we'll have to be out of there, which means we have as little as a few hours to complete our mission. From that perspective, I can see 1,000,001 things that could go wrong, but what I'm most worried about is Nina. She's survived one shooting already, but she doesn't know how to react in dangerous situations. I've seen people die before they even knew they were in danger, and it would break me if something happened to her. She senses the tension that's bleeding through my skin the moment I end the call with Yegor and walk back to the pool. She's lying on a chair on the rooftop, wearing nothing at all, as she soaks up the sun. She sits up as I approach, cupping her hand over her eyes and squinting through the sun at me. "Is something wrong?" she asks. "Nothing is wrong, darling," I lie. Yegor called me to tell me the scanner has arrived. We're setting up an ambush on the tomb tomorrow night, and we'll be picking up the scanner in a few hours. She jumps up from her chair, her brown eyes glowing in the yellow sunlight. "Can I go with you? You promised to take me on a date, remember? We could get ice cream or something before we pick up the scanner." Her innocence is admirable, so much so that I'm compelled to agree with her. I was already planning on taking her with me, so ice cream wouldn't make things any worse. I smile at her, holding out my arms. Sure, darling, I would love that. She squeals, running into my embrace and pressing her hot suntanned body into mine. She feels like a warm bed on a cold winter day, only it's the middle of the summer, and the only cold I'm getting are the shivers down my spine every time I think of losing her. And I'm thinking about it a lot. I had a dream last night that she ran away and wouldn't tell me why, only that she knew she couldn't continue this life with me. I woke up this morning in a cold sweat, searching for her in the bed. The relief I felt when my hand landed on her soft thigh was unbelievable. I've had brushes with death that resulted in less adrenaline than that horrible dream. I squeezed Nina a little tighter before stepping back and holding her by her slender shoulders to admire her beauty. She's perfect personified, and the world is better with her in it. I'm certain she reverses most of the sins I've committed just by existing, and hopefully a little of her virtue rubs off on me before all is said and done. Go ahead and get dressed in something more conservative, I say, spanking her butt to get her started toward the door. She giggles, and it makes me want to have her again. I can't count how many times we've been intimate, but it must be at least 100. Usually I'd get bored with that sort of thing, but with her I can't get enough. Every morning, every afternoon, every night. In the middle of the night, pretty much any time that I can, which has been most of the time since we've been waiting for the scanner to be delivered to the store. But the time has come now to pick it up, so although I want to claim Nina by the pool, I let her go and get dressed. 5 minutes later, Nina emerges, dressed in a flowing white sundress that dances around her knees with each step she takes. Her hair is pulled back into a tight bun, and she's wearing something pink and glossy on her lips. It feels like a first date, complete with butterflies and a terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach that I'm going to screw it all up by saying the wrong thing. Are you sure everything is fine? She asks, her nose crinkling as she frowns up at me. I smooth down the front of my shirt. Perfectly fine. I think I'm just excited about finding the mummy. Aren't you? She shrugs, which comes as a surprise to me. I've already found someone more special, and he's still alive, she says, nudging me with her elbow. I laugh, and the nervous ball of energy in my belly diminishes a little. I've never been one to fall for flattery, but the words coming out of Nina's mouth are making me feel better than any money ever could. They feel genuine, and in a world of fake people and ulterior motives, sincerity is priceless. I take her hand, walking with her proudly through the streets of Luxor as Yegor follows close behind us. Even though he's keeping an eye out, I find it hard to relax. I want to forget about the world and focus on Nina, but I can't until we've figured out who is after us and why. We stop at a small, quaint ice cream shop nestled between a spice vendor and a souvenir stand. The aroma of sweet, freshly made waffle cones fills the air. Nina chooses a double scoop of pistachio while I opt for the more traditional vanilla. Want one? I ask Yegor, grinning at him over my shoulder as he stands by the door like a bouncer. He shakes his head, but I can tell he's interested. When it's nearly 100 degrees outside with no sign of getting cooler as the sun passes overhead, anything cold is a blessing. We'll get him a peanut butter cone, I whisper to Nina. I know he likes that. She giggles, and I can't help but laugh with her. I feel so utterly foolish and childish, but it's also refreshing. I never had a real childhood, so something as simple as getting ice cream and laughing at the grump standing by the door behind us is incredibly fun. But the fun doesn't last. As I hand off the ice cream to Yegor and continue down the street toward the store where the scanner is waiting for us, I spot a van idling on the street a few yards in front of us. Yegor sees it at the same time I do, pointing at it and giving me a hand signal to be cautious. I grab Nina by her waist, pulling her behind me as we walk. It could be nothing, but I'm not taking risks. That van has no business being stopped in the road for no reason. Everything past that point moves in slow motion. The adrenaline hits before I'm even aware of what's happening, causing me to reach for my gun. I know that feeling in my gut, and I follow it. That's the reason I'm alive while other men in my position have passed long before they ever got to see the age of 40. Yegor follows my movement, pulling his gun as the back door to the van opens and men begin pouring out onto the street. It's obvious before I even start shooting that there's too many of them to take by ourselves. Jesus, where did they all come from? I fire the first shot, aiming for the closest threat, and the sound of gunfire echoes through the once peaceful streets of Luxor. Nina screams behind me, her voice muffled by the chaos erupting around us. Stay down. I yell over my shoulder, feeling her tremble against me. Her fear is palpable, and it fuels my resolve. I can't let anything happen to her. Not now. Not ever. Yegor is a beast beside me, his movements precise and deadly. He takes down 2 men in quick succession, but the enemies keep coming. They're well coordinated, a sign that they've been planning this ambush for some time. We should have known not to get too comfortable. We need to get out of here, I growl, grabbing Nina and pulling her toward a side street. Yegor, meet me at the shop. As we retreat, firing shots to keep our pursuers at bay, I glance at Nina to make sure she's okay. Her face is white as the sundress she wears, but there's a determination in her eyes I haven't seen before. She's scared, but she's not breaking down. She's staying with me, keeping up as we race down narrow roads. In times like these, I seem to have a built-in GPS in my head. I know where we're going intuitively, reading the streets like instructions as we make our way to the shop. I figure if we're going to get shot at and blow our cover, we might as well take the opportunity to pick up the scanner. If we wait, it might not be there when we arrive. Reaching the shop feels like a small victory, but it's far from over. The owner, a graying man with several gold chains around his thick neck, ushers us in and quickly locks the door behind us. I saw them coming, he whispers, pointing to a set of monitors showing multiple angles of the street. You've got a lot of heat on you, Sasha. I thought you wouldn't bring any attention to our store. Forget about that. Can you get the scanner ready? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. The owner gives me a fearful look, his eyes wide and glossy under the buzzing store lights. I know the money is good, but seriously, this is going to get me killed. I didn't realize you had the damn Deshret after you. Deshret, I mutter, looking over at Yegor. Any idea who that is? He shakes his head. I look back at the store owner. The Deshret are the ones trying to kill us, I assume. Who are they and what do they want? You're kidding me, right? He asks, his voice trembling as he takes a step back. God, I'm so dead. You got me into this, you idiot. He lunges at me, but I push him back easily. Easy now, I say, pointing my gun at him. You do want to get paid for the scanner, don't you? What good would it do? He asks in a shrill voice. I'll be dead before sundown anyway. Deshret is the red crown of Lower Egypt, Nina blurts from behind me. Everyone turns on their heels to face her, and she shrinks back toward the door. I mean, that's the translation. I don't know much about it besides that. The shop owner groans. You guys really are clueless. Yes, Deshret is the red crown of Lower Egypt, but it's also the name taken by the criminal organization that specializes in stolen artifacts. They make a lot of money with international buyers, and it translates well to our currency, so they're able to afford to pay off politicians and continue terrorizing locals. I chuckle. So, the Egyptian Mafia. It's far from funny, and you're lucky to be alive, though I doubt very much that will last. We're all screwed if they followed you here. I think they gave up when we disappeared, I reply, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. But I'm glad you were able to identify them. That makes our job a lot easier. At the cost of my life, he grumbles. I point my gun at him again. The only thing that's going to cost you your life is if you don't stop complaining and bring us the scanner. I'll have your shop relocated and you will be compensated for your trouble. The owner doesn't look confident, but he has little to say in the matter. I'm the one with the gun, after all.
Chapter 26. Nina. The pieces are starting to come together faster than I expected. The Deshret are likely behind the death of my father, meaning that his demise wasn't an accident. I guess we already knew that, but it feels good to have more evidence. The Deshret specialize in stolen artifacts, so it's not a surprise that they would target my father. Queen Nefertiti is highly valuable, and whoever finds her is looking at a pretty large payout. Since I'm the only remaining human being on this earth, Who knows where she most likely is? I'm going to be the biggest target. Unfortunately, that's not even the worst part. As we secure the scanner and pack it up for transportation back to our hotel, I'm hit by a wave of nausea so bad that I have to sprint to the bathroom to keep from puking all over the floor. I barely make it to the toilet, emptying breakfast into the bowl and dry heaving a few times before I'm able to collect myself. I could lie and say it's the after effects of the adrenaline rush, but I'd rather not say anything at all. Even the slightest hint that I feel sick could result in Sasha getting cold feet and pulling me out of the mission. We're already so close that it would enrage me and possibly risk our entire relationship. It's been going so well that I don't want to spoil it, and that's why I have to keep this whole thing silent. Because it's not really about feeling sick. It's about possibly being pregnant. I haven't taken any sort of pregnancy test yet, of course, but as a woman, I know how I'm supposed to feel, and this doesn't feel right at all, hormonally, physically, emotionally, and pretty much any other way someone can feel something. It's all wrong, and that's why I know I'm not just suffering from a little spell of nausea or food poisoning. I flush the toilet, moving to the sink to wash the sour taste out of my mouth as Sasha's heavy knock on the door echoes through the bathroom. "Are you all right?" he asks. "Fine." I call back to him. "I'm just washing up and I'll be out in a second." "We need to get going," he says, but he doesn't bother me any longer. I hear his footsteps leaving the door, and I let out a deep sigh. I can't let him know that I feel like this. It's going to make everything so much more complicated. And it's not that I don't want to have kids, but right here, right now, that's a bit much for a relationship that's only just started, and I don't even know if Sasha is interested in reproducing. My stomach sinks as I look at myself in the mirror and see the paleness of my face. I could hide it with makeup if we were at the hotel, but out in public, I'm just going to have to convince Sasha that I'm just tired from running. I think he'll buy that story, but it's only going to work once. If I keep running to the bathroom and looking like I just saw a ghost, I'm going to come under fire. I wouldn't be able to withstand an interrogation from Sasha. Something about the tone of his voice could get me to admit my greatest sins without so much as a threatening word. I can't believe I've gotten myself into this situation. Why couldn't I have insisted that Sasha used protection? Why did I rush into this without even going on birth control? It felt like because everything was so dangerous that it was okay to continue playing with fire, but now I'm getting burned. This is not how things were supposed to go at all, and now all I want to do is cry. I splash water on my face from the sink, trying to cool myself down as the paleness in my cheeks is replaced by an uncomfortable heat. It's the heat of guilt, of all the wrong choices I knew would get me in trouble but I made anyway. I lived for the thrill, just like Sasha does, but I'm not him. I'm not bulletproof, and I'm certainly not baby-proof. Unlike him, my actions have consequences, and I'm going to be the one coming clean and admitting my potential pregnancy. But it's not going to be straight away. Plausible deniability is on my side because I haven't taken a pregnancy test yet. As far as Sasha knows, I won't discover my pregnancy until well after we've retrieved the mummy and flown back to the United States. I push away the guilt that I feel, drying my face with a paper towel before exiting the bathroom. Sasha is waiting outside, his arms crossed and an impatient expression on his stern face. It's not what I need right now, but it's necessary. Our safety is far more important than my feelings right now, and I'm starting to understand why Sasha is so good at hiding his. He does it often out of necessity. So I mimic him, pushing my emotions down as far as they will go and putting on a stone-cold expression. He notices my flushed cheeks, his eyes moving over them for a moment, but he doesn't comment on them. He's more interested in getting out of here and back to the hotel in one piece. "Yegor has already gone to get a car," Sasha says. "He should be back in just a minute." "And the scanner?" I ask, looking around for it. Sasha nods at a large box a few feet away from him on the ground. "It's in there. You don't get fancy packaging for expensive equipment." He's right. It's just a plain box without any markings on it, aside from a serial number and a sticker from the company that shipped it. "There's Yegor," Sasha says as the sound of a car engine grows from down the street. He bends down to pick up the box containing the scanner, grunting with effort as he lifts it. I quickly move to take one end, taking some of the weight off him. Even split between us, it's still incredibly heavy. Yegor arrives in a black van, parking on the curb and jumping out to help us load the box. I'm grateful when he takes over. Not only am I not feeling well, but I also feel weaker than usual. It's either the pregnancy or the waning adrenaline, but either way it sucks. My legs are like iron and my arms are limp and useless. Once the scanner is secured in the back of the van, we climb in as well, Yegor taking the driver's seat while Sasha and I settle onto the benches lining the walls. I lean back, letting out a long sigh and closing my eyes. At least it's cooler in the van than it is outside. I was afraid I would be cooked back here. Everything seems more extreme now that I might be pregnant. Am I sitting the right way? Will I hurt the baby if I get too hot? Is there even a baby to be worried about? Part of me wants to tell Sasha right away, as scary as that prospect is. But the other part, the part that has kept me alive through countless dangerous situations, is screaming at me to keep quiet until I know for sure. Until there's no more plausible deniability and I'm forced to face the truth. With a sinking feeling, I realize I'm going to have to keep up this charade, at least for now. Sasha can never know how sick I'm feeling until we've accomplished our mission and retrieved Nefertiti's mummy. If he finds out before then, he'll insist I sit the rest of this out, and I can't have that. I've come too far. So I'll grit my teeth, pull myself together, and power through like I always have. Once we've succeeded, then I can deal with the fallout, whatever that may be. Sasha might understand, he might leave me, or I might decide to make this choice on my own. It's a huge unknown, just like so much of what lies ahead of us, but I have to stay focused on the mission, because if I don't, everything could unravel, including my own life. The van is bouncing like crazy over the uneven surface, rocks popping underneath the tires. They sound like firecrackers going off inside the van, amplified by the large metal interior. I can feel Sasha's eyes on me again as we speed down the road. I open my eyes, lifting my head to look at him. "Hey," I mutter, my voice not even audible to me over the sound of the road. He smiles. "We're almost there, darling. You're doing great." God, he's so sweet. How did I ever get so lucky, and why did I take the risk of losing him? I would be ruined if he didn't want to stay because of the baby. Absolutely destroyed. I know I should be stronger than that, but I've already lost so much. First my father, then my job, then the country I grew to call home. There's only so many times a person can bounce back before they lose that elasticity and snap. I'm close to that point, and it terrifies me.
Chapter 27. Sasha. We don't have time to wait. We were going to test the equipment and secure the location before we ever headed over to Tutankhamun's tomb, but the time to act has arrived. We have to storm the place and pray that we're able to do what we need to do without causing a scene. Nina seems unusually nervous, and normally I would ask questions, but I understand that this situation just went from a 5 to an 11 in terms of how stressful it is. Even for me, this isn't going to be easy. I've seen situations that were better planned out go south, so having a big mess like this on my plate nearly makes me sick. But there's a time for apprehension, and there's a time to follow through with your plan, and right now we can't wait and be careful. We have to get things over with, or we'll never make it back to Egypt to complete our mission. I lean forward and place my hand on her leg, trying to provide some comfort and reassurance. Getting shot at and chased through the streets of Luxor wasn't on my bucket list, and I want revenge more than anything, but fleeing is the only option to keep Nina safe. Revenge comes later, but it will come hard and brutal. Now that I know about the Deshret and their likely involvement in Nina's father's demise, it's only a matter of time before I use my power and influence to wipe them off the face of the planet. Yegor drops us back at the hotel, taking the scanner with him as he drives to Tutankhamun's tomb. He's going to meet with our team there and take over the place once it closes down for the night so that Nina and I can get in. Until then, we have to wait at the hotel. I'd like to be with him for the initial raid, but it's unwise to leave Nina alone, and bringing her with me would be too dangerous. It's bad enough that I'm taking her there tonight. I tear my shirt off once we're back in the room, tossing it onto the bed and fishing through the closet for a fresh one. I'm soaked in so much sweat that it feels like I'm drowning in it, and I know Nina feels the same. She even looks a bit sickly, which is concerning. I hope you know how to use that scanner, I say as my hand dances over the linen shirts I brought. I hate how scratchy the fabric is. I wish I had brought something made of cotton, but that's even worse in this heat. I've used similar ones, but nothing so advanced, she mutters, looking at herself in the mirror. She's distant, like her mind is somewhere else entirely. I can't tell if it's because of what we just went through, or something else entirely. I move over to her, trying to slip my hand over her waist, but she drifts away from me, confirming my fears. Something is wrong, and I'm not sure I can wait until after we've gone to the tomb to find out what it is. Talk to me, I say, trying to catch her waist again. You look sick. She pushes my chest lightly, trying to put distance between us. Thanks, Sasha, she says sarcastically, just what every woman wants to hear. I groan. I'm not trying to insult you. Don't be like that. I'm only saying you don't look well, and I'm concerned about you. So be concerned. That's not going to change anything, she says, refusing to make eye contact with me. Her words cut me deeper than I thought they would. Why is she so bitter all of a sudden? I don't understand what prompted this, and if her anger is directed at me, or if she's just scared about what's going to happen. Nina, please, I say, touching her arm. She jerks away. I'm fine, Sasha. Really, I don't want to talk about it. There'd be nothing to talk about if you really were fine. But you're not, so there obviously is, I say, an edge of annoyance to my voice. I'm trying to keep my cool with her, but I'm frustrated at this sudden switch up. It's not like I planned for any of this to happen. I did my best to keep her safe and happy. She's the one who insisted on going out for a date together. Don't look at me like that, she says, taking a step back from me and frowning. Like what? Like you're angry at me. I didn't do anything. Looking sick isn't a crime. I can't be your perfect pretty girl all the time, she says. Something about her defensiveness isn't right. This isn't how someone rational talks, and I've never heard her be quite so aggressive for no reason. I never said she wasn't pretty, and I never suggested that her looking sick was upsetting me. I just want her to feel better, and I'm confused as to why she's coming at me like I said something terrible. I sigh, folding my arms over my chest and shaking my head. This is crazy, Nina. Whatever is bothering you, I need you to tell me. We have stuff to do, she says, making a weak attempt to deflect my line of questioning. We have to get to the tomb. That's later tonight, I say, softening my tone. I need to approach this more carefully. She's a delicate flower, and I'm trying to shove myself into her thoughts without warming her up first. I made the same mistake when we first met. I was all over her, totally obsessed when she barely even knew who I was. It was the wrong approach, and it nearly cost me everything. The room feels colder the further away from her I am, but I force myself to walk to the bed and sit down so that I'm less imposing. She turns her back to me, and I can see the tension in her shoulders. Nina, I know you're worried, but I'm here with you. We're in this together, I say, my voice gentle but firm. She hesitates, then slowly turns around, her eyes shimmering with tears. You're right, Sasha. I'm scared, she admits, her voice breaking. I keep thinking about my dad, and now with the Deshret, I feel like I'm losing control. And I'm not used to feeling this vulnerable. I stand up and approach her cautiously. I can't stand to see her sad like this. Her tears move me in a way that's painful to every muscle in my body. I ache for her, and it's nearly unbearable. Nina, you don't have to be strong all the time. It's okay to feel scared, to feel vulnerable. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. She looks up at me, a fragile smile breaking through her tears. I know you're here. It's just hard to let go, to trust that you'll still be once this is over. I know I'm just a pawn in your grand plan, and it bothers me. You're not a pawn, I say much louder than I had intended. She looks startled, but she's not crying anymore. I lower my voice. You're the most special woman I've ever met, darling. I want you to understand that while this began as a business arrangement, it's clearly developed into something much more. You really mean that? She asks, her voice brimming with new hope as she walks over to me. I stand up from the bed, my legs surprisingly unstable beneath me. I've never felt this weak before, but also never this determined. I must tell her how I feel about her, the honest truth without any obfuscation. I cup her face in my hands, making sure she's looking directly at me. Nina, this might be a lot to hear right now, but I would hate myself if I never told you. Her expression drops into an earnest anticipation, her pupils large and the whites of her eyes fully exposed. There's hope in that look, but also a bit of fear. I feel fear too, but I can't turn back just because of that. Fear is false. Fear is the illusion that something could go wrong, when in truth everything is according to the grand plan of the universe. Some call it God, and maybe I'm starting to believe in him, because when I look into Nina's big brown eyes, I see something impossible to describe as anything but divine. I see her soul swirling there in front of me, waiting to be connected with mine. Eager even, but I must watch my step. I can't let fear drag me away from her sweetness. Truth is the only thing that can fight against the lie of fear. So I speak my truth, and hope that she understands. I love you, Nina, I say, my voice strong and deep. She takes a sharp breath, tears coming to her eyes again. There's different this time, though. They're not the kind that come from sorrow, but from relief. I love you too, she blurts. Please let this be real. It's real, isn't it? You're not lying to me? I laugh. No, darling, I wouldn't lie about something like this. It's new to me, but I know it's real. She laughs with me, hugging me and pressing her face into my chest. I feel the heat of her face against my skin, but even though it's slick with tears, I feel so much better about where we are. Regardless of the outcome of our mission, I've done something incredible. I've fallen in love with the woman of my dreams, and I swear if we get out of this alive, I'm going to marry her. Now that's something I don't need to admit to her just yet, but it's coming. I will make her my wife no matter how long I have to wait.
Chapter 28. Nina. I never imagined that I would be sneaking into a famous historical site with a Russian mafia boss. I feel like my dad would be ashamed of me, until I remember that he probably snuck in here 5 years ago when he was looking for Queen Nefertiti. I wonder if that's when he was killed, or if it happened somewhere else. I can't stand the idea of walking over the same sandy pathway that may have led to his death, possibly walking into the exact same fate. Arriving at a closed gate with nobody around is concerning, but Sasha opens it, leading me down the pathway toward the tomb. We have to keep a low profile here. I'd rather have security at the gate, but that would only attract more attention to us. It makes sense, but it's unsettling to be here alone with Sasha. I feel like at any minute someone is going to come rolling up in a white van like they did when we were in town and shoot us dead on the spot. I'm not sure if it would be worse if it was the Deshret or the police, but either way, my life would be over. My heart beats louder than my footsteps as I follow Sasha toward the tomb. He's not nearly as nervous, or at least he doesn't show it. His head is held high, and his eyes are sharp and vivid in the silver desert moonlight. As we approach the entrance of the tomb, I finally see one of Sasha's men standing guard. He's so still that he almost looks like a giant hieroglyphic carved out of the wall. His presence does very little to ease my mind, though. One man isn't enough to take on the entire Deshret force. If they discover where we are before we can uncover Nefertiti's mummy and get out of here, we're going to be in serious trouble. We're looking for the golden beetle, isn't that right? Sasha asked in a husky whisper as we enter the tomb. You found it last time, I reply. Do you remember where it is? Somewhere back here, he mutters, moving deeper into the tomb. The air grows colder, but it isn't like it was the first time we were here. It's damn near freezing now, all the heat sucked out of the atmosphere by the dense stone walls. Even Yegor, who is normally sweating profusely, is shivering as he stands by the box with the scanner in it. Lift the box, Sasha says, pointing to Yegor's feet, or move it to the side. I need to see what's under that. Yegor pushes it with his foot, and I realize the beetle we've been looking for is under it. It's a sign from the universe that we're on the right track. I'm certain of it. I take a slow, careful breath before turning to Sasha. We scan downward since it's on the floor. I'll need your help setting it up, though. No problem, he replies, pulling a box cutter from his back pocket and sliding it through the tape in the middle of the box. I cringe a little at how deep the blade goes. One cut wire and we might as well have never come to Egypt to begin with. Thankfully, there are no wires because it's all battery operated, and Sasha pulls it out without a scratch. It comes with a stand, but since we're scanning through the floor, we won't need them. Is there an on switch? Sasha asks, leaning over the scanner and studying it with his thick eyebrows drawn together in a frown. I nod, pointing to a small button on the side of the scanner. That should turn it on. Then we'll need to position it directly over the scarab beetle. It might take a minute to start up. Sasha presses the button, and the scanner comes to life with an electrical buzz, a green light blinking steadily on the top. Carefully, he moves it over the beetle, making sure not to damage the floor. Something tells me that's going to be futile. We'll have to smash through the floor with reckless abandon if Queen Nefertiti is really down here. The seconds crawl by slowly as data flickers across the scanner screen, mostly white numbers and the occasional letter. Yegor shuffles his feet nervously behind us. Everyone here probably assumes that I know what this means, but I'm clueless. Just as I'm starting to think this was all a colossal waste of time, an image appears, tracing the outline of the floor in layers, moving deeper with every scan. There, I say triumphantly. It's working. Sasha leans in, studying the screen for a moment before looking at me. Okay, but what does it mean? I shrug. We're not that far down. It'll take a moment to get far enough to see anything. Honestly, if the chamber was too close to the surface, it would have been found already. He laughs nervously, rubbing his fingertips across his forehead. We're going to have to drill through solid rock. I hope it isn't too deep. I check the screen again, and my heart leaps into my throat. That's it, I exclaim, my voice reverberating off the stone walls. Yegor and Sasha both lean in so close they nearly fall onto the scanner together. Sasha catches them with his foot, pulling Yegor back. Jesus, don't smash the thing, he mutters. I laugh, because it doesn't matter. We've found Queen Nefertiti. This is the spot. My dad knew it was, and he came here to get her. He was right. I'm so excited that my entire body is trembling, so I take a slow breath to calm myself down. It's going to be a while before we're able to break through the surface and descend into the secret chamber, but once we're in, verifying that it really is Queen Nefertiti won't be difficult. I know loads about her from my father. Sasha looks at me with a mix of excitement and caution. If your dad was right about this, we're about to be filthy rich, he says, his voice low but full of an intensity that vibrates through the cold air of the tomb. I nod, feeling the weight of my father's legacy on my shoulders. He spent his last days chasing this mystery, I mutter, running my fingers over the top of the scanner. I have to finish what he started. Sasha's hand finds mine, his grip reassuring. We'll do this together, he promises, and we'll share the profit. Yegor, still shivering, breaks the moment. How long until we can start drilling? I glance at the scanner again, noting the depth indicated. It's only a few feet down, but the floor is solid, so it's not going to be easy. We either make a lot of noise or work slowly. I was never one for covert operations, Sasha says, standing straight. We're going to blow this slab of rock away and get that damn mummy. A laugh escapes my mouth, but then I realize he's being serious. I shake my head. No, you're not blowing up Tutankhamun's tomb. Do you realize how insane that is? Do you want to make an international scene? He shrugs. This was going to be messy from the beginning. We can tie up the loose ends once we have the mummy, but we don't have time to drill. We blow it to pieces, and then we get the hell out of this country. I look to Yegor for support, maybe a voice of reason, but he just nods along with Sasha. I groan. There's no way this is going to work out. We're so screwed. He chuckles, placing a hand on my shoulder and squeezing it lightly. Don't worry, darling. I have everything under control. Chapter 29. Nina. Under control may have been a bit of an overstatement, but to say Sasha wasn't prepared would be incorrect. In fact, he seems more than prepared to blow up the entire tomb and everything inside of it with how many explosives he had his men deliver. I want to remind you that this is a very important archaeological site, I say, hurrying to keep up with him as he carries a box of explosives into the tomb. It's more of a tourist site now, he replies. They've already ruined it by putting their grubby hands all over everything. But you'd still be destroying priceless history, I say, knowing it's a losing game to argue with him. He's fixated on that mummy, and now that I've found it for him, he's not going to stop until he has it for his client. I honestly don't care about the money, however much it is. Sasha promised me that he would bring the men who killed my father to justice, and I'm going to hold him to it. If I get some money for my involvement as well, then that's just a bonus. History is always being built, Sasha says as he carefully sets down the box of explosives just inside the tomb. We're doing our part in making it more exciting. We'll be part of history for this little stunt. I groan, running my fingers through my hair and trying not to rip it out. I don't want to go down like this. You're not going down anywhere. Unless you're talking about in bed, but we can discuss that later, he says with a cocky grin. His remark sends a wave of excitement through my body, warmth building in my belly, until I realize we have something more serious to discuss after this. We might not have time at all for fun once I take the pregnancy test and see the results. I wish this could have happened at a different time, but fate has dealt me an interesting hand. My life is no longer boring. It's thrilling, but that comes at a high cost. I grit my teeth, pulling myself back into the seriousness of the moment. We need to focus. We get the mummy, and then we get the hell out of here, I say, though my voice lacks the firmness I'd intended. He just chuckles, the sound echoing off the walls of the tomb, mixing with the distant murmur and shuffle of his men preparing outside. We'll get the mummy, he assures me, his eyes gleaming with confidence. And after that, I'll break down exactly what it means for our future. I promise. Promises means everything and nothing in Sasha's world, but I choose to believe him. He's never given me a reason to doubt him. Even though he always seems to have some higher motive for what he's doing, it's never put me in a situation I haven't ultimately been thankful for. Even coming to Egypt with him turned out to be a blessing. I didn't have anything in the United States anyway. I came as an empty shell of a woman, lost and alone, and Sasha gave my life meaning again. I smile at him, taking his hand and squeezing it. I trust you, Sasha, and I love you. Whatever you think is right, let's do it. Crow's feet appear at the corner of his eyes, and his lips curl into a genuine smile. I love you too, Nina. Let's do this and get back home. Come, we need to leave the tomb so they can finish setting up the explosives. I walk with him outside, the air dense with the inkling of morning. The sun hasn't risen yet, but it's only a matter of time before the sky begins to pale and the heat comes back. I can already taste it on my tongue as I take a deep breath. Sasha's eyes are sharp, not tired at all as we walk from the tomb. He has a bounce in his step, confident but determined, serious but optimistic. We're so terribly close to finishing this mission, and I'm sure he's happy about it. He's told me so many times that he can't wait to get back home and take the time to get to know each other better without the pressure of this mission hanging over our heads. Hearing him talk about the future has been comforting to me, but now that I'm hiding this intimate secret from him, I wonder if he'd be so excited about the future if he knew. He does seem to realize there's this tension in me, something that's waiting to come out when the time is right. I played it off last time as my emotions, which was an honest way to express myself because I did want that confirmation that the love I felt for him was mutual. But there was another layer to it, one that I'm going to have to admit once we've returned to the United States. It's either going to result in a new beginning or the most horrible ending imaginable, which I'm not yet ready to even consider fully yet. I hold his hand a little tighter as we head toward the gate, but Sasha loosens his grip and slows down. I look up at him, confused for a moment as his eyes scan the empty path ahead of us. Something isn't right, he mutters. I want you to go back to the tomb. Without you? I ask, grabbing his arm and squeezing his bicep. I don't think so. Yes, you're safer there, he says, his eyes fixed ahead of us like he's looking at something. Or someone. Only there isn't anyone there. Sasha, you're scaring me, I whine, clinging to him harder even though he wants me to leave. I don't feel comfortable on my own. I can't stand to be away from him for even a moment. He holds up his hand to silence me, his eyes still focused ahead of him and his body stiff as a board. This is bad. You need to go tell Yegor that we've been compromised. I need you to go now, he says, his voice tight and raspy. My stomach drops, and I let go of his arm. I don't want to go, but I know that he wouldn't be telling me if he didn't have a good reason. The look on his face alone is enough to spook me into complying. I turn, starting with a brisk walk that turns into a sprint as I realize that time is limited. The moment they start blowing things up in the tomb, it's going to be too late to interfere. But just as I round the corner to the entrance of the tomb, the ground rumbles beneath me, dust shaking loose from the walls as the first explosion goes off. Then I hear shouting from behind me, and my worst fear comes true. A gunshot. Another explosion, and the burial site of Queen Nefertiti turns into pure pandemonium.
Chapter 30. Sasha. They knew what they were doing. I finally figured it out, but it's too late for me to change our plans. The disshred came when they knew we were uncovering Queen Nefertiti's remains. They must have done the same thing to Nina's father, but he wouldn't give up the location of the hidden chamber. Now they believe that we've come to take what they want, and they're armed to the teeth as they ambush us. I got the jump on them because I knew they had already arrived. The acrid smell of dirty exhaust from their cars gave it away, but I wasn't able to get more than one of them before they all came swarming at me. All I can do is run. It makes me angry to have to run again from the danger, but if I stood at the entrance and tried to blast every single one of them that came in, I'd be dead before I emptied half my magazine. The ground rumbles beneath me as the explosives begin to go off, but that could help buy me some time. The Deshret wouldn't be stupid enough to run toward the sound of explosives. They'd fall back and try to box us in. I shoot a few more times behind me, firing blindly to discourage them from following me. I don't hear them anymore, but there's a possibility that one or two of them were sent in as scouts. My lungs are on fire as I reach the entrance of the tomb, the dry air acting like sandpaper against my throat. Yegor's already outside with the rest of the men, only half a dozen of us against a force that appears to be at least 30. Position yourself inside, I growl, pointing at the cluster of men. Be prepared to hold down the tomb. Yegor, where is Nina? She already went inside. I tried to stop her, but she insisted on going down through the floor. Slipped right down there like it was nothing, but I figured I'd wait for you before trying to follow her. Shit, I mutter, reloading my gun as I enter the tomb. Stick to the entrance and don't let them in. We're all dead if they make it inside. I'm counting on you, Yegor. His face draws into a serious scowl, and he nods. I have you covered, sir. I waste no more time talking. Nina is already down in the secret chamber that we blew the floor out to get to, and it's not safe for her there. A loose rock or explosive that failed to go off could end her existence in an instant. I don't think she realizes how dangerous it is to go down there alone. Nina, I shout as I wave the dust from my face. I can barely see a thing in here, much less the entrance to the hidden chamber. The explosions threw up so much debris that it will be hours before the air clears. I listen for her voice, but I don't hear anything. My stomach churns, imagining for a moment her delicate body broken on the floor of some stupid chamber. I can't believe I dragged her into this. I should have kept her in the United States. The lip of the hole appears in front of me as I take a careful step forward. I don't see anything when I look down into it, only darkness. Why did she go down there? She can't even see anything. Nina. I call again, listening closely for any sign that she's okay. A moment passes before I hear her voice, and my heart jumps into my throat. She's calling my name. I crouch down, not thinking at all, as I lower myself into the darkness. I'm running on pure protective instinct, unable to see reason or danger as I slip into the darkness after her. The only thing I can focus on is getting to her and making sure she's all right. The descent into the inky blackness is disorienting. I lose all sense of direction as I blindly feel along the narrow passage, my hands groping the rough stone walls. The air is stale and thick with dust. Nina. I call out again, straining to hear a response over the pounding of blood in my ears. Sasha. Her voice seems to be closer. I'm here, and I think I found something. I push forward, the passage opening up slightly into a larger chamber. A dim light filters in from somewhere ahead, just enough for my eyes to begin adjusting to the gloom. The space comes into view in front of me, the floor littered with fallen rocks and debris. "Nina?" I say, looking around. "Where are you?" "Over here." I spot movement to my left and quickly cross the uneven ground to where she is crouched. Nina reaches for me and I pull her up into a fierce embrace, relief washing over me that she is unharmed. "You shouldn't have come down here alone," I growl. "It's too dangerous." She pulls back slightly, eyes bright even in the low light. "I had to see what was inside. You don't understand the significance of this discovery." It's difficult to be angry at her with how excited she is. This is just as important to her as it is to me, and her voice is bubbling with excitement at our discovery. And it's a pretty large discovery, both in historical significance, monetary value, and actual size. The tomb is huge when I look around, much bigger than Tutankhamun's chamber. The walls are inscribed with colorful hieroglyphics, untouched for ages and preserved in the deep, dark underground. "I think there's another path down this way," Nina says, tugging me along. It's dark, but there's light coming from somewhere. I don't understand how that could be until I follow her and discover the source. "The sun," I say, looking up at the small holes drilled into the ceiling of the tomb. The paleness of the rising sun is unmistakable, streaming through 100 little holes that dot the ceiling of the narrow passage we're walking down. "They didn't burn torches down here to see. They drilled all the way up to the surface," Nina explains. "Don't ask me how they did it, though. It's another mystery." The passage seems to descend even deeper, the air growing cooler and staler. I keep one hand on the wall to orient myself as we navigate several twists and turns. Up ahead, the faint glow brightens. We emerge into an astonishing sight. There's a vast chamber stretching out before us, the vaulted ceiling held aloft by rows of thick pillars intricately carved with hieroglyphs. The walls are covered in similar artwork, vibrant like it was put up yesterday. In the center of the room is a stone sarcophagus, resting undisturbed. Nina turns to me, eyes shining with wonder and a breathless smile on her face. "Sasha, I think we found it. We found Nefertiti's tomb." As the gravity of her words sinks in, I can't help but grin back at her, a wild energy coursing through me. All the risks, all the sacrifices, they were worth it. I can't believe we've actually done this. "Great. Now we have to get this thing out of here," I say, looking over my shoulder at the path behind us. A gunshot goes off, and then another, faint but unmistakable from the upper level of the tomb. They're fighting it out up there, and we don't know who will win. If the Deshret get down here, we're as good as dead. "We don't have to go that way," Nina says, holding her finger in the air. "There's air movement down here, and I doubt it's from the holes in the ceiling." "What do you mean?" I ask, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. "Is there another way out or something?" "It's possible," she says, her voice soft as she steps around the sarcophagus, keeping her finger in the air and following the draft. I follow her, my gun trained in the direction we came from. The last thing we need is someone sneaking up behind us. I get the feeling that Yagor and the others are struggling to keep them back now. They could even be dead. Another shot rings out, and my grip on the gun tightens. That sounded much closer than before. Nina is looking at the wall, running her fingers across the stone. She pushes and the wall moves. That's not what I was expecting at all. Is there actually another way out of this place? I hurry to her side, helping her push the stone door. It opens, revealing a dark, narrow tunnel. "Come on," Nina says, ducking into the opening. "We'll never get that coffin through here," I protest, but I follow her anyway. "Leave it," she replies, not bothering to turn around. "You can't be serious. We can't just leave it. That's the entire reason we came. If we're dead, then we're not going to get it out of here. And if we die trying, then that's not better. You have to pick your battles, and this isn't one we can win. The most important thing is for us to survive. If we live, we can always come back for it." Nina is right, as much as I hate to admit it. We can come back, but it's going to have to be soon, or the Deshret will have already stolen our discovery. I'm about to reply when a burst of gunfire goes off. This time it's much closer than the previous shots, and I know that someone has breached the inner chamber. "Come on," Nina urges, flying down the tunnel and disappearing into the darkness. I hate everything about this, but I have no choice but to follow her. We're not going to get out of here alive if we don't find another exit, and this seems to be our only hope. I'm about to start sprinting to catch up with her when I hear a voice behind me that stops me dead in my tracks.
Chapter 31. Nina. I'm only running for a few seconds before I realize that I don't hear Sasha's heavy footsteps behind me anymore. I slow down, listening closely, but I can't hear anything, just the sound of my own breathing and the blood pumping in my ears. He was just behind me. What happened? It's possible the tunnel split off in a different direction and he went the wrong way, but if that's the case, he should realize his mistake. Or he's too far down to know, and he's going to get lost. I don't even know if I'm going the right way if there are multiple routes, so I spin around on my heels, sprinting back in the direction I came from. It's so dark that I almost run into Sasha when I find him. He's standing in the middle of the tunnel with Yegor, talking quietly in Russian. His eyes light up when he sees me. "Have you found the way out?" he asks. "Sasha, no, you disappeared," I say, gasping for air. Yegor came and I had to assess the situation up top. He just told me the Deshret have breached the entrance, but they're being held off at the threat of using the rest of the explosives. We're debating whether we want to set them off anyway. "That would be risky," Yegor adds. "This tomb can't take much more." "You see those cracks in the wall?" I look to where he's pointing, noticing for the first time cracks that spread like branches up and down the walls. My stomach drops and my palms start to sweat. "I think what we need to do is to get the hell out of here before the entire place collapses on us," I say. "But not before we've gotten Queen Nefertiti," Sasha replies. "Yegor is going to help me carry her. I want you to go and find a way out. We'll meet you there." I don't want to be separated from him again, but I know it's better if we split up and each do our part. I wouldn't be able to help with the sarcophagus, and Sasha isn't going to know how places like this are built. I have a better chance of finding an exit. My only fear is that the exit is going to be a straight vertical vent, barely enough for a person to squeeze through, let alone two burly men and a giant stone sarcophagus. But there must be something, or else why would these tunnels exist? The only way to find out is to keep going. I turn around and sprint off as fast as I can. I keep expecting Sasha to call my name, or Yegor, or hear their voices echoing down the hall, but I run for several minutes without hearing anyone. My heart is pounding in my chest and I have to stop and rest, pressing my back against the wall, feeling the vibrations of the fighting above me. I close my eyes and listen for a moment, hoping to hear something that sounds like a way out. I listen so hard that I start imagining that we're on the streets of Luxor again. I can practically smell the burning exhaust from the traffic. Then, faintly, I hear it. It's the sound of a car horn. It's unmistakable, and I'm not imagining it. I listen closely for it again, squeezing my eyes shut so hard that I see stars. The sound is so faint and distant, but it's there, echoing down the dark tunnel, becoming more distorted as it bounces off the rough stone walls. My eyes snap open. That must be the way out, an alternative entrance that was probably used to put Nefertiti's mummy beneath Tutankhamun's tomb. I figured they didn't just lower her through the floor. That would risk breaking the precious stone sarcophagus and ruining the ritual. She was brought in through another entrance, far from the tomb and hidden from sight. I follow the sound of the traffic, running through the tunnel with renewed energy. It feels like the air is getting fresher, cleaner the farther I go, and I feel like I'm moving uphill. That's a good sign. Suddenly I see it. It's a shaft of light streaming down into the tunnel at a sharp angle. It's not very bright, but I can tell it's coming from the sun. It's warmer here, too, and I can smell the sand and dirt from outside. This is the way out. I'm certain now. I run straight for it, realizing once I arrive at the end of the tunnel that the light is coming through a slit at the top of a large stone slab. I press my hands into it, feeling the heat from the stone and the rumble of traffic on the other side. This must be the entrance. But how am I supposed to move this slab by myself? It must be 100 pounds or more, and I'm all by myself. I press my shoulder into it, trying to see if it gives even a little, but the rock is so heavy that it doesn't even budge. I'm certain it would come down with enough force, but I'm too small to move it. I need Sasha, or possibly both of them, to help me knock it down and get us out of here. The tunnel shakes, a deep rumble under my feet, and I remember what Sasha and Yegor said about the explosives. If they're setting them off already, we've got to get out of here. There's no time to lose. Sasha. I shout, my voice cracking. I found the way. I need your help. I hear nothing but the hum of traffic outside and my heart pounding in my chest. Where the hell are they? Why won't they hurry up? We're going to die here if they don't help me. I consider turning back, but just as I push away from the exit, I hear footsteps coming down the dark tunnel. I can't see very far in front of me, but it doesn't matter. This is a dead end, so unless that's Sasha and the Yegor, I'm royally screwed. The breath I had been holding rushes out of my lungs as Sasha comes into view. Yegor is by his side, sweating profusely as they jog toward me. Where's the sarcophagus? Was it too heavy? I ask, looking between the two men. I could have carried it on my own, Sasha brags, flexing his arm. There's a noticeable confidence to his demeanor that he didn't have the last time I saw him. What's changed? Yegor steps forward, giving me the information I desire. We had the other men carry it. They should be coming through any moment now. I hope you've managed to find an exit, though, because we blew the entire front of the tomb in. You did what? Sasha lets out a nervous laugh, running his fingers through his sweaty hair. See, the thing is, you're going to be a little angry, but possibly also happy. I can't imagine a scenario in which I would be happy, I admit. He shrugs. Your father would be, perhaps. I narrow my eyes at him. Why do you say that? Because we blew the Deshret sky high, he says, a grin spreading over his handsome face. Yegor smiles with him, and they both chuckle like they're sharing a joke. Are you serious? I ask, unsure if this is a prank. Dead serious, he says, putting his hand on my shoulder. Every last one of them went down with the tomb. They'll be blamed for the catastrophe, no doubt, since they're known artifact thieves. People will believe they accidentally set the explosives off on themselves, and then they'll find this lower part of the tomb, and everyone will be happy. No queen for them, though, Yegor adds. That's for our special client. Yes, and a hefty paycheck for us, Sasha says, squeezing my shoulder. But that's only once we get out of here. If we're trapped, then we have another problem on our hands. I place my hand on the wall where the slit of light is, running my fingers over the smooth stone. This is the way out, I say. But it's too heavy for me to move on my own. He steps forward, his big body nearly dwarfing mine as he presses against the wall. The stone gives ever so slightly, and his face lights up with excitement. This is it. This is our way out. Yegor moves forward, and the two men place their shoulders into the slab. The stone moves again, shifting forward, and then suddenly it falls forward with a heavy thud. Daylight streams into the tunnel and the heat rushes in. The sounds of the city are unmistakable, and I feel such a strong rush of relief that I nearly collapse. I lean on Sasha for support, and he runs his fingers through my hair, ruffling it a bit as we step out onto the street. We're on the other side of the tomb. It's a quiet street, away from the tourists and the main gate. I don't see a single person, just the occasional car going by. We've emerged in a residential area where people have their cars parked along the street, and a few stray cats dart around the bushes and trees. It's like we've landed on another planet. I feel like I can breathe for the first time since we went into the tomb. Do you think it's safe for us to head to the hotel? I ask, looking at Sasha. The safest, he replies. The police are probably crawling over the other site. They won't be expecting us to walk out of this neighborhood, and no one is going to stop us. We're free, and we're going home.
Chapter 32. Sasha. Some vacation, huh? I ask Nina as she takes a sip of water from a flute glass. You know, you should be drinking champagne right now, especially with that glass. She rolls her eyes but smiles at me. Sasha, don't be silly. You owe me a real vacation after that mess, and I'm not going to drink champagne on the plane. Why not? Do you get airsick or something? This baby can handle turbulence very well. You shouldn't even feel it, I say, leaning across my seat and planting a kiss on her cheek. She smiles again, but there's something in her eyes that tells me she's not in the mood to play. We managed to defeat the Deshret for good and come back with Queen Nefertiti, and we even found love. I don't understand what could be bothering her. Are you mad about something? I ask, leaning back and studying her face. She turns her head, hiding herself from me and talking into her lap. No, I'm not mad. I'm just thinking. About what? She sighs and runs a hand through her hair. I know something is bothering her, and I intend to find out. She can't keep secrets from me. Nina leans back in her chair and turns her head toward me. Her lips are set in a straight line, but I see the fire burning behind her eyes. The corners of her mouth are threatening to curl upward, but she's holding them down. Maybe it's better if you guessed, she says, placing her hand on her belly. She's pregnant? I don't even know what to say. It's impossible, and yet, here we are. Nina's looking at me with those big, beautiful brown eyes, and I'm lost for words. It could be something else, but no, it must be a pregnancy. We've been making love without protection nonstop for weeks. We were bound to slip up at some point, and here we are. You're not feeling well, I say, knowing that's not the answer. I don't want to say the words unless I know it's true. I'm pregnant, she says flatly. And you're the father, obviously. My heart leaps into my throat, and I feel like I'm about to choke. Emotions course through me faster than I can comprehend. My hands tremble, and my eyes blur, and I can't tell whether it's because I'm going to cry or not, because I'm so overwhelmed. All I can think is that I'm going to have a family with Nina, and it's going to be beautiful. Sasha, are you okay? Nina asks, her voice distant and muffled. I can't bring myself to respond. Sasha, talk to me. Are you angry? Say something. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. If you're upset, you don't have to be, Nina says. I'm happy. Aren't you happy too? I nod, still unable to speak. Nina lets out a relieved sigh. I thought you'd be angry. You've got nothing to worry about. I'm happy, and you'll be a great dad. You think so? I ask, my voice cracking. I know so, Nina replies. I smile, tears forming in my eyes. Thank you. I'm just surprised, that's all. Of course I want the baby. This is the most incredible thing that's ever happened to me, and I can't imagine a better woman to raise a child than you, Nina. You're an amazing person, and I love you to the moon and back. She laughs, tears in her eyes. That's very poetic of you. I grin, pulling her close and kissing her softly. We're going to have a baby, she whispers. We're going to be the best parents, I reply. She laughs and cries at the same time, hugging me tightly. I can't believe this is happening. I've found love, and I'm going to have a family with the woman of my dreams.
Epilogue. Nina. I stand in the garden with my toes in the grass, sun shining overhead as I hold our precious son. It's his first time in the garden since he was born. My body is healed. The trauma is healing too, though there will always be scars. Sasha is next to me, a protective hand on my back. Our son's name is Maxim. Sasha and I decided on this name because he wanted something Russian, and I think it fits him well. He is a beautiful baby boy with a tuft of hair that's brown like mine, but he has his father's intense green eyes. Even though he's only been in this world for under a month, he has a stoic attitude just like Sasha. He barely ever cries. At first I was concerned and asked the doctor about it, but he's totally fine. As I look down on his innocent face, my heart swells with so much love and affection for him. He is my beautiful son. My beautiful, wonderful, perfect son. I feel so blessed to have him, and I will be the best mother to him that I can be. Sasha, of course, is an excellent father. He's already proven that he'll kill for him. In the few weeks since he's been born, Sasha has spent every moment with him, except for the occasional meetings that require his attention. He holds him when he eats, changes his diaper, and plays with him. I think Maxim recognizes how dedicated he is and loves him already. Let's go sit in the shade, Sasha says. It's a little hot out here for the baby. I agree, and we go and sit on the bench by the jasmine flowers. There is a canopy over the bench that provides some shade, and the smell of the flowers is so incredible that I forget about everything for a moment and take a deep breath. Sasha breathes with me, and I even feel Maxim takes a little breath in his sleep. I don't know how long I sit there with my eyes closed, basking in the smell of the flowers, but after a while I hear a familiar voice. Is that the boy? It's Yegor, who I haven't seen since we got back from Egypt. He's been managing the business while Sasha has been caring for me, and I forgot that Sasha mentioned he was coming by this week. I owe him a lot, but something tells me that everyone wants to leave our little Egyptian excursion in the past. Still, I want to thank him. I open my eyes and see him walking toward us. Sasha nods to him. Yes, but he's asleep right now. I was just telling Nina, I haven't seen a single tear from him since he's been born. He's a strong boy, Yegor says, just like his father. And his mother, Sasha adds. I smile and turn back to Yegor. He's standing a little ways away, and his face is hard to read. It's not the usual scowl that he wears. It's something different, more subtle. He looks a little softer. I stand up, holding the baby against my chest, and walk toward him. I wanted to thank you, I say, for helping us when we were in Egypt. It's been a while, but you're more than welcome, he replies, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Isn't it a bit hot out here? It's starting to remind me of our trip, actually. Is that fine for the baby? Sasha is worried about the heat too, I reply, but we just sat down. You're welcome to join us. Yegor looks at the sleeping baby and then back at Sasha. I watch the two of them make eye contact, and it feels like something passes between them. Sasha gives him a nod, and then Yegor sits on the bench. I sit beside him, still cradling Maxim. The heat starts to get to me not long after, and Yegor looks like he's been sitting in a sauna. I guess I won't make him relive our Egypt excursion again. He deserves a break. I made strawberry lemonade, all fresh and from the garden. If you boys want some, I say as I stand up. Both Yegor and Sasha's eyes light up. It's the simple things in life that make us happy. I think we can all agree on that now. The end.